It's a humid Thursday evening in the greatest city in the world, New York. Just as I pictured it, skyscrapers and everything. And a ballpark out in Queens, which is where we are tonight. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Milwaukee Brewers as we present Mets Plus, a unique limited commercial interruption telecast brought to you exclusively by Verizon Fios. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Ron Darling and Keith Hernandez will join me in just a moment as the Mets play the rubber game of their three-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers. The teams have split the first two games of the series so far. It all began on Tuesday night. The Mets returning from a road trip. They had lost 6 in a row. Daisuke Matsuzaka took them out for his second straight start, and he was terrific. He allowed just 3 hits over 6 innings, got support from Daniel Murphy's 5th home run of the year, a 2-run shot, and then it was the newcomer making his presence felt, Taylor Teagarden. His third at bat as a Met. He hits a grand slam the other way off Marco Estrada, and the Mets had themselves a 6-2 victory in the opening game of this series. Then last night, Jacob deGrom still looking for his first big league win. He got in a lot of trouble, but he was able to work his way out of most of it. The Mets thought they had some life when Teagarden looked like he beat this play at first base. Mets tried video review, tried to challenge. They were turned down, and Terry Collins was turned out. And the Brewers had themselves a 3-1 victory and a split of the first 2 games of this series. So the rubber game tonight as the Mets take on the first place Brewers. So the question is, what have we learned about this resurgent Milwaukee team over the last couple of days?
Well, one thing when I think of the Milwaukee Brewers, we got to remember they originated with the Seattle Pilots. They are an American League team, and they've always been a team built around offense and power, not a lot of defense, not a lot of pitching. The improvements that I've seen, remember now they've had a 20-8 start. They had a couple key injuries. They've been kind of playing 500 balls since. The key is the addition, I think, of Overbay and Mark Reynolds, a nice platoon at first base. They got Scooter Gennett that's come into his own. They're able to platoon with Ricky Weeks. They both have flourished at second base. They still have the offense with Braun and Ramirez and the emergence of Carlos Gomez and Jonathan LaCroix. It's still a very potent offensive lineup. What worries me about this team, what they got to prove to me, is pitching has always been their problem. Their bullpen's been great. Frankie Rodriguez is reemerged. Is it enough?
And the question is, can the Brewers have enough pitching to survive through the long summer?
Well, Doug Melvin, their general manager, have to be very happy. 27 and 39 at this point last year. They're 39 and 27. They've turned it upside down. How have they done it? Keith addressed it before. Will Smith, a great addition from Kansas City, and Frankie Rodriguez with his 20 saves.
Now, for the Mets tonight, they'll play without Curtis Granderson, who's been one of their hottest hitters. Granderson has a little tweak in his calf. He's going to sit out tonight. Also tonight, Terry Collins, for the first time this year, has put Daniel Murphy in the leadoff spot.
Well, it'll be interesting to see Daniel's approach. I know that Terry Collins has talked to Daniel and told him not to take pitches, hit the way he's always hit. My feeling is with Daniel leading off, if he's red hot, swing the bat. He gets base hits. If he's a little bit of a slump, then maybe be a little more patient. We'll see how this plays out.
On the mound tonight for the Mets is John Neese. You can't ask for more than Neese has done this year. The wins haven't been there, but he's pitched wonderfully.
6 times he's given up 2 runs or less. He's got 2 losses and 4 no decisions. That's what happens when you have a team that's 7 games under 500.
On the other side, Kyle Loesch, who had a 7-game winning streak, stopped in his last start.
He lost his first start. He lost his last start. In between, he's been just about as good as you can be. You can see his numbers, career against the Mets, have not been great. But he started his career as an under 500 pitcher. He's been anything but since.
So the 2 most consistent starters on each staff, Neese for the Mets, Loesch for the Brewers. Mets and Brewers, all the action coming your way on SNY. On SNY is brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV. Quantum TV is redefining what TV can be. And the ultimate TV experience deserves the ultimate chair. With Fios Quantum TV, you'll never miss a moment of action because you can record up to 12 shows at once and store up to 200 hours of HD content. Get ready to experience the next generation of TV. The ultimate viewing chair has 2 tablets, a TV, a built-in fridge, and massager. One lucky fan will be going home with the ultimate viewing chair in August. To learn more, visit the Verizon studio. Queens Zone 50 Cent is coming to Citi Field for a concert after the Mets-Padres game this Saturday as part of the Mets concert series presented by Dwayne Reed. Catch 50 Cent, joined by the original G-Unit members, live in concert this Saturday. Visit Mets.com/concerts. Let's send it downstairs to Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
You know, Gary, one of the neat things about going around the league and playing different teams, you get to see different stars and how they react in a 3-game series. And watching Carlos Gomez, to me, has been a lot of fun. You know, obviously, I got to know him when he was here in the Mets organization, and I always really liked him. Real thoughtful kid, and obviously plays with a lot of energy, a lot of passion. Sometimes that energy and passion has gotten him in trouble with the other team, whether it's stylizing or whatever it is. We've seen it with him, but it's not the type of guy he is off the field. I talked to him today about just that. He said, look, I give it everything I have. I do. I'm going to come to the park and give it absolutely everything I have, and it's going to show on the field. And he said, besides, if it's me, who wants to come to the ball yard and see laziness? Who wants to come to the park and see people not run and not go all out? I am going to come and give absolutely everything I have and go all out, and that's who I am. Ryan Braun told me today about Gomez. That's what makes him. That passion, that energy, I think he feeds off it. He said, you should see it at home when he takes one of those mammoth cuts and drops to his knee. The crowd goes ballistic. It's what makes Gomez who he is today, who he might be as a future MVP. Gary, guys, back to you.
Well, you know, entertainment value counts for a lot in this game. After all, you're selling tickets to an entertainment event. So the question is, how much for a player is too much in terms of that kind of entertaining style and how it rubs other players?
You know, I will say that there was a time when that stuff would rub players the wrong way and pitchers the wrong way. Those days are gone. I think that with the length of games and the way things are going, we need more players like Carlos Gomez. Need guys who go out there and look like they're really enjoying every single second they're on the field.
Well, I agree, Ronnie, and what he brings too, which is lacking in the game today, and for whatever reason, speed is always exciting, and he runs well. He plays a great center field. He's the kind of player that you're not going to like if you're playing against him. He's going to tick you off, but you got to respect the fact that he comes to the ballpark and he does hustle.
Different players, but you would say the same thing about Lenny Dykstra in the day. Other teams couldn't stand Lenny. We loved him, and when he moved on to Philadelphia, we were like, boy, we really like Lenny over here.
And you guys started the whole thing about celebrations.
That's right.
Got everybody else angry at you. It was okay.
We're the first line.
As long as you can back it up.
We did.
Here's your Verizon Fios Mets starting lineup. A little different look for the Brewers tonight with Ricky Weeks on top. His first appearance in the series. He's been platooning at second base this year for Milwaukee and doing well with that platoon. All right-handed bats in the lineup tonight against John Neese, who makes his 13th start of the year.
You know, this is going to be an interesting start for Jonathan. He doesn't give up home runs. This is a home run hitting ball club. He does not allow the stolen bases. They have some speed, but he will give up hits. And we saw the Brewers last night can really group together a bunch of hits. So this is a real test for Jonathan this evening.
And we'll take a look at your Metsy defense. We'll look at the outfield first. Some changes with Granderson with that tight calf. Abreu in right. He's done that before. Brown in the lineup. Chris Young over to center. Flores back into shortstop. He's been out a few days. This is probably trying to get the most offense Terry Collins that he can in this lineup today. With, you know, he basically got 3 outfielders injured now.
Right. Lagares, Eric Young, and now Granderson all unavailable. Lagares not even close to coming back. Eric Young had his first rehab game today, so he's a little bit closer. And Granderson, you hope it's only going to be a day or two, but what Granderson said was that he felt it a little bit at the beginning and the end of the game last night, and rather than try to push it, he felt as though he's heard enough about calf injuries that he didn't want to chance it.
You wouldn't say that Curtis Granderson is a speed type player, but speed is a part of his game.
So here is Weeks, the longtime Brewers second baseman, now cast into a part-time role. Neese's first pitch of the night is a letter-high strike, and we're underway. John's last outing ended in real disappointment. Daniel Murphy hit a home run Friday night against Matt Cain to give the Mets a 2-1 lead, and Neese was looking to ride that. Got the first 2 outs in the 7th, gave up a walk, a wild pitch, and a run-scoring hit to Brandon Crawford to tie the game, and he was beside himself. Mets would wind up losing that game, and Neese got another no decision.
You know, Jonathan has been very hard on himself this year, but I mentioned it in the pregame. 6 starts, 2 runs or less. He's got 2 losses and 4 no decisions. That'll make you angry as a starting pitcher.
He's had his share, though, of those maddening innings late in games. Just those little things that may have cost him a win. This is inside of the cutter to Weeks 1 and 2.
Just those little mistakes that you hope you wouldn't make, but you know, it's a fine line when you are only pitching with a 2-1 lead.
Well, 3 straight starts he's pitched extremely well and gotten a no decision, giving up just 2 runs in each one of those games. Now the curveball gets Weeks, and Neese has a strikeout to start the night.
Jonathan, with that signature curveball, back doors right there. He has come into his own and has really pitched just outstanding.
So 1 out in what has become the normal road reception for Ryan Braun. Braun 1 for 6 in this series, hitting an even .300 for the year. And Neese fires a fastball for a strike.
Notice that Jonathan, since his success, Ronnie, has probably backed off a little on his fastball. He's been throwing basically in the high 80s, and once in a while he'll dial it up to the low 90s when he has to.
Yeah, just pounding the strike zone. That has become his forte. Angel Hernandez, who was not a good pitcher's umpire when he first came up behind the plate tonight. There's Jonathan Lucroy. Boy, is he red hot. Has now become a very good pitcher's umpire. Very aggressive in calling strikes.
Bouncing ball foul 1 and 2. Well, you talk about Neese's velocity. His average fastball velocity is down almost 2 miles an hour from last year. Now, I don't know whether that's because of by design or whether it's through circumstance. He's had, you know, some physical issues to deal with over the last 12 months. But he's been successful despite the lower velocity.
I think he's in a good place when he's using about 90% effort.
On the outside corner, and Braun caught looking, and Neese has back-to-back strikeouts to start the night.
It's a backdoor cutter here, Keith.
Yes, got Braun to quit on it. I think he might have been looking for something else.
See the grip? He's right. That pointer finger is right on the seam. So that's what catches his finger last and gets that little revolution where it starts off the plate and moves to the corner.
One other little caveat on Neese's success this year, even though it's not showing on his record, is that remember, he gave up a lot of home runs over the years, particularly the right-handers. He's only given up 5 home runs this year in 77 1/3. That's outstanding.
There's Jonathan Lucroy with 2 out and nobody on. Lucroy, a red-hot hitter, and he takes a first pitch strike.
Yep.
Lucroy hitting a .341, second in the National League starting the night. He has become an elite player in the National League in his 5th season with the Brewers. And he pops him on the inside corner and gets ahead 0-2.
This is a pitch that Angel Hernandez earlier in his career you would not get inside. He's improved as an umpire behind the plate. Absolutely.
0-2 to Lucroy, and he fouls it away.
Good pitch.
Now the combination you would use after that: fastball in, fastball up to change his eye level, curveball down like he threw to Weeks. That's the combination of pitches he could use here. Let's see if Jonathan goes to that.
See how consistent he's been going back to last year after he came back from the disabled list.
Tried that same backdoor slider right there that got Braun. This is a Brewer club that's 11-4 against left-handers this year so far.
And Lucroy, the prime culprit there, hitting .357 against lefties. 1-2 from Neese, and the curveball rolls slowly out to Flores at short, and he makes the play to retire the side. Strong first inning for John Neese. He sets him down 1-2-3 with a couple of strikeouts. Well, last year he became the most electrifying. Matt Harvey dominating the National League. Started for the National League at the All-Star game here at Citi Field. Now recovering from Tommy John surgery and making that slow but steady path back toward pitching, whether it's the last couple of days of this year or next year. It's been interesting to follow Matt in his quest to regain that dominance that he had before he got hurt.
You know, I have to tell you, still the playoff period because the Rangers won last night. I'm conflicted because I feel his pain. I would know, I can understand coming back from an injury that you want to work as hard as you can to get back on the field. But I also know the Mets, and I can understand them not trying to rush one of the best things they got going on this ball club and saying, you know what, if we're not in it, he doesn't pitch till 2015. But I can see both sides.
Well, it's a serious, no matter how common Tommy John surgery is today, it is still a serious injury, and it's a serious surgery. And there's enough of them now where they know how long it takes to recover. And, you know, Matt is he's just a young thoroughbred that wants to run, and he's being kept in the corral. He's not let out, and he wants to get the bit out and run. He's just going to have to be patient.
I think the thing that would make me patient is that the real upward numbers of guys getting second Tommy Johns this year. That's the thing that scares me. So I'd rather err on the conservative side than really pushing him.
And then once he gets back, then you can be a little more confident that he'll be able to stay healthy for the long term. Let's take a look at the Verizon Fios Mets starting lineup. Daniel Murphy leading off for the first time this year, 12th time in his career. Andrew Brown gets a start in left. Wilmer Flores at short. Bobby Abreu moves up to the 2-hole as Terry Collins looks for some offense against Kyle Loesch in his second year with the Brewers, and he has been terrific.
Well, Kyle Loesch, his first season, he got 16 starts for the Minnesota Twins in 2001. He went 88 and 98 in his first decisions. And after that, he met Dave Duncan. And since then, he's 48 and 23 and a totally different pitcher. Sinker, slider, curveball, and he will pound left-handers inside.
So here's Murphy, who's the Mets' hottest hitter, and he lines one right at the third baseman Ramirez for the first out. Well, Terry Collins told Murphy before the game, he said, I'm putting you in the leadoff spot. I don't want you to do anything different. And he didn't. Let's send it downstairs to Kevin Burkhardt, who's standing by with Matt Harvey. Kevin?
You guys were talking about it, Matt. How do you show patience through this process?
It's tough. It's, especially now once the throwing is getting ramped up and the season's kind of working its way, to the middle. It's definitely hard, but, we're working in the right direction. So, no complaints there.
What are the things you thought of, the positive thoughts you've thought of that have kind of driven you to get through this and to kind of get to the point where you're going to be back out there?
Just the way everything feels, the progression and no setbacks. I think that's the biggest thing. And, like I said, I'm happy with the way I feel, the way my arm feels, and the way the ball's coming out. And I couldn't be happier.
What is it like for you to be here, to be in that dugout with your teammates, but to not be able to help?
Well, it's a learning process as well as being with the team and being a good teammate. I think I was talking to Dan Worthen in the outfield during batting practice, and I think I told him that the best thing about being here is being in the dugout and being able to communicate with the catchers and the other pitchers and find out what guys are swinging at, what guys are taking, and always just continuously being in the ball game, even though I can't physically be out there.
That being said, how close are you watching the other hitters as the Mets go through these series?
A lot. I think I've gone inside. I've looked on TV as well as in the dugout, because sometimes you can see locations a little bit better inside on a TV, but you really don't get a sense unless you're physically there and physically in the dugout, and that's been the biggest help. And I think rather than watching 162 games on TV and thinking that I'm not part of the team at all is it's definitely helpful that I'm here.
So what are you saying, the TV broadcast isn't good enough?
Well, no offense, but no, absolutely not. No, it's a team sport, so being around the guys is completely different, and it's been great.
Being around here and watching what's going on in the field, what's missing? What's the difference right now between winning and losing?
Well, I think David. He's having a little bit of trouble right now. He's getting some support around him, and he's getting pitched a little bit differently than normal. And once the guys around him start swinging it a little bit better and getting some more offense, then he'll pick right back up where he always is.
Playoff beer lives to Game 5. Glad you're healthy and doing well. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Matt Harvey, guys. Good to hear from him. Let's go back upstairs.
All right, thanks, Kevin, and thanks to Matt. Mets go out 1-2-3 on just 6 pitches in the bottom of the first, and no score after 1. Tonight, immediately following postgame, catch the premiere of SNY's brand new series, Oh Yeah, which will take viewers on a trip down memory lane and revisit the most entertaining, offbeat, and perhaps forgotten local sports topics from the past 40 years. Here's a sneak peek of tonight's series premiere.
New York, home to some crazy.
I love that he punched the guy in the face.
Funny.
I can't believe he nailed the bird and then gets arrested.
And forgotten sports stories.
Oh, yeah.
Now, an eclectic mix of New York personalities.
You wait for him to come out and bang him in the leg. Not happening. See ya.
Take you down memory lane.
All the times for him to go insane. Why do it during the NBA Finals?
I'm waiting 21 years for a championship at this point. Are you kidding me?
And the most entertaining New York sports stories.
A bunch of rowdy Jets fans started fires in the seats of Giant Stadium.
In the past 40 years.
The Yankees had the best record in the American League.
And then all of a sudden, baseball decides to go on strike. It was definitely heart-wrenching for Yankee fans.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. New series premieres tonight after postgame, only on SNY.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Obviously covering some memorable stories and some that you might have forgotten about.
I like, I mean, when I played here, I don't know if you did it as much, Keith, but I used to spend my life at the Garden, going to Ranger games and going to Knick games. And Bernard King, when we played here, was so much fun to watch before he got hurt. He was unstoppable.
See, now I go back to watching Bernard King at the Rutgers Athletic Center playing for the Nets. Down in Piscataway.
You know, and I wasn't here in the 73 and 70. And
Carlos Gomez pops one up in a shallow center, leading off in the second, and Chris Young's got it. So John Neese gets it out on his first pitch of the second inning. John set the side down in order 1-2-3 in the first with a couple of strikeouts. Now Aramis Ramirez 1 for 8 in the series, hitting a .250 for the year, 6 home runs. The Brewers 12 games over 500. They're 9-5 in their last 14 games. They start the day with a 5-game lead over the Cardinals in the National League Central, and maybe rate as the most surprising team in the league this year.
They had the 20-8 start.
Ramirez hits one deep to left center. Young goes back, right back near the wall, and it's out of here. Aramis Ramirez with his 7th home run of the year, and he gives the Brewers a 1-0 lead.
Well, I was just going to say, and I said it the first 2 games, that he's a guy that swings for it all the time, never gets cheated.
Well, the Brewers had not homered in their last 5 games. First time since 2011 that had happened, but Aramis Ramirez ends that streak emphatically with his 7th home run of the year.
Oh, there used to be a day when right-hand hitters were high ball hitters, left-hand hitters were low ball hitters. Everybody's a low ball hitter today, even including the right-handers. And this pitch was down and over the middle.
Now Chris Davis, who has power of his own, and he takes ball 1.
Just above the knees, mid-thigh. Nice little 6-iron. Strong 6-iron.
very nice.
There you go, right there, right on it. Too much plate. He's got a beautiful swing.
Well, for the pros, that might be kind of a chubby 6-iron, but I can understand. For others, that might be full, flat-out 6-iron.
The home run by Ramirez, only the 6th allowed by John Neese this year in 78 innings.
But this is a Brewers team that has plenty of home run bats. They now have hit 66 home runs. They're third in the National League in home runs.
Well, John's going to have to mix in his curve as he walks Chris Davis here. Why? Because he becomes a pitcher who become redundant. Middle of the plate in, you can look if you're a right-handed hitter. You're going to get a lot of fastballs and a lot of cutters. So he's got to do something on the outside corner to keep those right-handed hitters honest.
Well, let me ask you, Ronnie, because we've seen him occasionally show a decent changeup. He doesn't throw it very much. Would that be a helpful pitch for him?
Absolutely. But I think what happens with John is a guy who doesn't call his own game, as opposed to Matsusaka. So he really kind of goes with what the catchers kind of throws down there. Why? Because he likes to work quickly. So the first thing he sees, he's ready to go. And so the catcher has got to do play a more important role as far as keeping John on both sides of the plate.
I think against the right-handers, Gary, with that curveball of his, if he pops it on the outside corner, that's his off-speed pitch.
Yeah.
Mark Reynolds 0 for 3 in the series, and Neese finally throws a strike after missing with 5 in a row.
I have noticed Met pitchers, starters, there's Bob Guerin, flashing signs, pitching more aggressively into hitters.
Could be 2 if they hurry. Right to Murphy, and the turn in time for 2. 5-4-3 double play ends the top of the second. But the Brewers get a run on the Aramis Ramirez home run. 1-0 Milwaukee in the middle of the second. Lucas Duda leads off the home second. Tonight's Mets Plus limited commercial interruption telecast on SNY is brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV. Kyle Loesch quickly ahead on Duda 0-2. Lucas 0 for 5 in this series, 0 for his last 9. Mets were held to 5 hits on Tuesday night, 5 hits last night. Brewers have the full shift on against Lucas, leading off in the second. Then he gets jammed and pops one up in foul ground. They'll go over in the seats.
You know, Ron, you were talking about Kyle Loesch, and I always look at Loesch as kind of like the Rodney Dangerfield of starting pitchers. He doesn't get any respect.
2 years ago, he was 16-3 for the Cardinals.
136 and 121 lifetime.
Last year, he was out on the free agent market all winter. Nobody signed him until the last week in March, when the Brewers finally gave him a 3-year deal of $33 million. Off-speed pitch outside. And he came through with a nice year for them. Went 11-10, 3.35 for a losing ball club. Pitched 198 innings. Two to Duda. I agree with you, though, Ronnie. His career completely turned around once he went to St. Louis.
Well, he had come up as a guy who was a hard thrower. So he was four-seamer with a breaking ball. Dave Duncan said to him, listen, son, get a two-seamer, get the ball on the ground, keep it on the ground. You'll limit your pitch counts. You'll pitch deeper in the games, and it's changed his entire career. He's gone from a guy that wanted to blow people away, Chico, California, to a guy that just wants to win. That's all he is in there, is to win the ball game, not for the stats. And his stats have gotten better when he's cared about them less.
Now 35 years old. And Duda works a full count.
What's interesting, too, is, Duncan's given a lot of advice great advice to a lot of pitchers, and it's implementing it. And I think it takes a certain amount of intelligence. Some guys get it, and they just can't put it to use. The smart guys figure it out.
8th pitch to Duda, and he pulls one into the shift.
And Weeks with a great stop and throws him out.
Ricky Weeks, on a ball that appeared to be by him, makes a wonderful play.
Playing on the outfield grass, and that's the difference. This is a rocket and just a very fine backhand dive right there.
Isn't this a classic case, though, of a smart pitcher having a 3-2 count and saying to himself, you know what, I'm going to keep the ball down, let him hit it hard. It's going to be on the ground. He's going to hit it into the shift. Hit into the shift, and he had a great play made for him.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Chris Young. Young 1 for 4 in this series. Shown a little bit of an uptick this last week. 5 hits in his last 16 at bats. Looking to get something generated in what has been a lost year for him so far. And getting a chance to play right now. And the window could be closing on Chris. You've got Eric Young coming back from the DL maybe in another week. Juan Lagares maybe in 2 or 3 weeks. Mets have a lot of outfielders all of a sudden, with the emergence of Abreu and Andrew Brown being called up. And the Mets made promises to Young, but this is about the time of year when those promises expire.
Well, or the promises have been fulfilled.
Right. So then it becomes a matter of who gives you the best chance to win on a daily basis. Andrew Brown getting a start tonight. He's on deck. Strike 3 called, and Young knew it. Loesch surprised him with a fastball, his second strikeout.
Well, if you're going to go into this game thinking that Kyle Loesch is going to la-di-da it up there and not throw strikes, then you got the wrong report. He is going to pour strikes in after strike, after strike, after strike, and he wants you to put the ball in play within 3 pitches.
I think one of the best pitches in the game that I've seen is that fastball when the pitcher's ahead in the count with 2 strikes.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of called 3rd strike fastballs. And that's been epidemic.
There's Brown making his 3rd start since being recalled. Hit a home run in Chicago in his first game. Back in the lineup. Took an 0-for in San Francisco, and now getting his first start since last Friday. Ball and a strike to Andrew, who was just tearing it up at Las Vegas. 13 home runs. On base percentage around .450. Wilmer Flores would be next. 2 hopper for Weeks. And Kyle Loesch has retired the first 6 to start his night. After 2 at Citi Field, the Brewers 1 and the Mets nothing. Don Neese heads back to the mound, getting ready for the 3rd inning. Gene Segura will lead off against him. Time now for another look at a Mets memory.
One of the real dramas of 1978 was the bubblegum blowing contest at Shea between the Mets and the Dodgers. Bobby Valentine realized its importance.
Children on the way up have got to keep chewing. Practice is the key in anything, and you got to make sure you have that bubble gum in your mouth most all the time.
I think I'm looking forward to next year's contest. I'm going to practice all winter. If my teeth can hold out, I'll be ready.
Bobby Valentine was a champion in many respects. Bubblegum blowing was only one of them. Right now, let's head down to the Mets dugout where Kevin's standing by with Curtis Granderson. Kevin?
Well, Curtis, just on the calf, first of all, how does it feel right now, and do you think you could pinch hit if needed?
It's getting better and better each hour. At the same time, it's still a little tight. If they do need me, I can swing the bat. That's why I wanted to make sure I went through batting practice today and was able to finish the game yesterday. So swinging's fine. It's just a matter of the explosive movements right now.
You have been swinging the bat real well. You've been getting on base. Tell me about what's been working for you this last, month.
Big thing is just baseball being baseball. I actually had a couple questions earlier today about it, and no matter what happens, there's always going to be a start of the season, whether you like it or you don't like it, the middle of the season, which is where we're at now, and the end of the season, no matter what ends up happening. So understanding that that's going to be the case, you just got to go out there, continue to swing the bat, put yourself in good positions to hit the baseball, and understand if you've done it before, it's going to happen. Things are going to finally eventually get to where they need to be.
When you're watching this game and you're watching Loesch operate as pinch hitter mode that you're in today, what do you look for?
He's a guy that I faced a long time ago, but his stuff is very similar to what it is today. He keeps the ball down, he changes speeds really well, and he throws a lot of strikes. So you got to be ready to hit, even though it's not the pitch you may want to. That might be the best pitch you get, and try to do something with it. It may not be too damaging, but a couple hits, a walk here, a couple runners on can go a long way.
Last one as we get back into action. As a veteran, do you offer up advice when you're on the bench? Do you see things, or you just kind of watch as a cheerleader?
More as a cheerleader than anything, because I know that stuff that's going on during the game is a lot different than sitting from the side. It's a lot easier if I've been up there, had an at-bat, that I can come back and bring that advice to you. So right now, I'm just kind of a spectator. If guys have some information or questions they want to ask, of course, I'll be there to provide it.
Curtis, feel better. Good luck if you do get in.
Thank you.
Curtis Granderson, nice enough to join us. Back to you guys. You catching that one?
Spoken like a veteran. Curtis, the confidence that he's been in slumps before. He knows he belongs in the big leagues, and to the really tough start. The calf is a concern, and that's a serious injury.
Well, let me ask you about that, Keith, because you've talked about calf injuries before. As Gene Segura takes a call third strike, and Nice has his third strikeout of the night. I mean, this was a case where he just felt a little tightness. He didn't feel pull. He didn't feel a strain. So how cautious should he be? And how does he know when it's time to come back?
Now, if you've never heard a calf before, how does the athlete know? You got to rely on the medical team to tell you. The trainers know. They've treated all sorts of injuries in the past. When I first got hurt, I pulled my hamstring in St. Louis. I didn't know when I could come back. I was relying on the medical staff. So, but I've had the experience of tearing my calf in Cleveland my last year. And, everything is when your first step out of the box, your first step when you take your lead and got to run, all that torque and force goes on your calf. And it's very delicate. So it's always err on the side of conservatism, and if you come back too quick and you're injured like I did, it's going to be 6 weeks. It's a wicked injury.
Can you physically feel the injury?
I still get cramps in my calf. Wow. I wake up in the middle of the night, I get a cramp in my calf.
Would Curtis be advised to compress it when he does come back, to put a wrap on that calf? Will that keep him from straining it?
So when you get the full force of jumping out of the box and you got to drive off that leg, how do you nice pitch right there from John, 2 straight strikeouts. How do you tell a player, okay, well, if you're on first base, watch that first step on a base hit? It's tough. You're in the middle of the heat of the battle. And now, it's got to be healed. And, I don't know the severity of it, if it's light, but I would just be very, very cautious, because if it goes, it's not like a hamstring or a groin. You can play with a groin pull. You can play with a hip flexor. A hamstring, you got to wait. But a calf, that's murder.
It's like telling a pitcher, don't push off too hard. You just can't do it.
Right.
Second time around the batting order now for John Nice. Ricky Weeks takes a lot of high strikes. So Nice with 4 strikeouts first time through. So finally unleashed that changeup to get Kyle Loesch for the second out.
Not fair. Used it on the pitcher.
Weeks struck out his first time up. Only the 3rd time Ricky Weeks has led off this year. He's done plenty in his career, but this year he's got 2 home runs for the season, and each of the home runs has come in the games that he's led off. Only 2 games league led off. He has 2 home runs, 1 in each of those games.
Well, this young man was a Golden Spikes Award winner, which means the best collegiate player for 2 years in a row, I believe, at Southern University. He has unbelievable pop. You can tell that he has the leftover kind of mannerisms of Gary Sheffield. He must have watched Sheffield when he was a kid, because he has that bat and the mannerisms of Sheffield. And when he hits it, no one hits it any harder. The problem with Weeks, I think, throughout his entire career is that, one, his body style has not trended towards being a second baseman playing every day. He's more of a DH or a first baseman. He's a big man. And second, injuries have really been a factor in his career.
Well, he's a guy that's hit 29 home runs in a season. He's hit 20 home runs and plus 3 straight years, through 10 through 12.
And Weeks gets hit on a ball that almost went behind him.
I think it went between his legs. Let's watch this. Does it go between his legs?
Cutter. Nope.
Nope, just caught him on the back hamstring.
Well, you know, Neese and Weeks have history. Remember in 2008 when John made his major league debut? First hit he gave up in the major leagues was a home run to Ricky Weeks.
Well, I don't know how you would hit or throw at someone when Ryan Braun's up next. So
no, I'm not suggesting
that one just got away. But it looked funky because you don't see a ball from John, who's a strike thrower, behind a hitter.
Only the second batter he's hit this year. So here's Braun. It took a call, 3rd strike his first time, and he fouls the changeup off. So he's starting to employ that off-speed pitch.
Interesting. Braun doesn't look right at the plate. He's been one of the guys that whenever the Mets have played the Brewers, which is only twice a year now, unfortunately, with the 3 divisions, he's always been a tough out, but he's a little bit out of sync.
Well, what's funny is that when I first came on with you guys, the Brewers, when they moved to the National League, the Mets used to eat them up at Shea Stadium, right? And they've turned it around here at Citi Field.
Mets used to win all the time at County Stadium too back in the day, and the Mets have a winning record at Miller Park. But the Brewers have a winning record at Citi Field. In fact, they're 12-6 in this ballpark, while the Mets are 22-17 at Miller Park. Go figure. 0-2 to Braun. And it's on the outside corner. Braun caught looking for a second time. He strikes out 3 in the 3rd inning. He's got 5 strikeouts for the night. Middle of the 3rd, it's 1-0 Milwaukee. Tonight's Mets Plus limited commercial interruption telecast on SNY is brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV. As a proud sponsor of the New York Mets, Verizon is excited to redefine your TV viewing experience. With Fios Quantum TV, you'll never miss a moment of the game. Record up to 12 shows at once, store up to 200 hours of HD content, and even pause, play, and rewind live TV from any room in your home. Well, Kevin Burkhardt has changed venues. He's going to need a little oxygen tonight. He's out in the bullpen with Ricky Bonas, the Mets bullpen coach. Kevin?
Luckily, there's an oxygen tank out here. That helped. Ricky, last time we talked to you, Henry Mejia was just taking over as a closer, but you've gotten some new toys out here. Vic Black, what have you noticed with him? What's been the biggest thing, the biggest improvement you've seen?
I think those guys been adjusting well to the bullpen, to the roles. It's a matter of the recognition of the stuff. They got the stuff, they got the potential. So being able to execute the pitches, 1 pitch at a time, 1 ball at a time, 1 out at a time, and they've been able to execute pitch after pitches, and he been able to establish his fastball and use his secondary pitches for a strike.
The execution of the pitches, especially with a guy like Mejia. Yeah, Black throws his curveball. Mejia's throwing everything up there. What is the key to be able to go into a relief role and to choose from 4 different pitches?
I think the Mejia is easier for him because he was in the starting rotation, so he know he got 4 pitches to go to, and he can use it at any time. So it's a luxury to have that kind of arm and that kind of potential that you can use more than 1 pitch. And Big Black case, he got the fastball, the two-seam fastball, the curveball. So he know he got to establish his fastball first, get ahead, and then mix it up with his curveball.
You know, you look at this Brewer team, they're very, very aggressive. What things do you pick up during the game? Not specific, I'm not asking you to give away the game plan, but what kinds of things will you tell your pitchers out here?
We try to stay watching the game, watching how knees is working, try to follow the plan, and the main thing for the pitcher is make hitters uncomfortable. Stay away from the middle of the zone and mix the pitches in and out.
Last thing I have for you is the action gets back underway. This is just something I've always wanted to know. When the phone rings, is it just get edging up? Do they say, can I have a ham sandwich? What do they ask you?
But the fourth inning, I get everybody moving around, and they go through the lineup. So basically, some roles guys going to be facing either righty, lefties. They get up and they start stretching a little bit, but they get into the pitches right away.
But when that phone actually rings, what does Dan Worthen say on the phone to you? Quick?
Yeah, it's quick. I mean, I pretty much stayed right next to the phone because I know the situation is coming. I try to watch the game, pitch count, and the situation of the game. So it's either righty, lefty, and you're going to face this guy and follow the plan.
All right, Ricky, thanks so much. Go watch the game. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin.
Ricky Bowness, Gary, doing a great job with these young hurlers out here. I'm going to go order a pizza off that phone. Back to you.
Well, you know, we're in an era where nobody has to sit by the phone anymore except the bullpen coach.
That's right. That's interesting.
Wilmer Flores lined out to left to start this third. Now Anthony Recker bounces one for Segura at short. And Loesch quickly has 2 outs in the bottom of the third.
We used to always play games in the bullpen because our bullpen coach was Vern Horscheit, and he was a little hard of hearing.
You can imagine what his nickname was.
Yeah, a little hard of hearing, and a nice man, but you know, like if the game was out of control, we'd always had fun with him. So, you know, you're ahead 10-2, and you had a reliever who hadn't pitched in a while, and one of the starters would call down to Vern and say, "Hey, Vern, get Nemo up, have him throw against the bathroom door 25 times, and then after that, sit him down." And he invariably would think he came from Mel, and occasionally say that, "Hey, come on, get up 25 times against the bathroom door."
No, come on. Really?
Oh yes.
He bought it.
Oh yes.
Wow.
Oh yes.
How about when Brent Gaff couldn't be found, when Davey wanted Brent Gaff up?
Foul ball.
And he couldn't find Brent Gaff. We won't tell our folks where Brent was, but Vern just lit into him and chewed him out after the game in the clubhouse.
Where was he?
Oh, we can't tell.
Vern won 116 games in 86. 116, 108 in the regular season. Never in a good mood the entire year.
I like Vern.
He was just one of those old timers.
You know, they say in baseball consistency is important, right?
There you go.
Weeks throws on Neese, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Loesch. He's retired the first 9 without a blemish. After 3 at Citi Field, 1-0 Brewers. Taken just 29 pitches to get through 3 perfect innings. The only blemish against John Neese, a home run by Ramos Ramirez. 1-0 Milwaukee as we go to the 4th. As John Neese gets ready for the 4th inning. We're hoping that Kevin has caught his breath because he's now in a relaxing position out of the ultimate fan chair. Kev?
Yeah, this is pretty sweet, Gary. Check this out. So you got the baseball bat. The feet go up. You have the home run apple. This is a massager in the home run chair. Oh, yeah. I'm not leaving here, fellas. You got the tablets. You could watch the game. Gary, I don't know if you've heard, but 50 Cent is performing here on Saturday. This is a great show. There's even a refrigerator out around the side. I got my cheesy poos here. And the best part is Verizon Fios is rolling out this program where you can record 12 shows at once on the DVR. So say 12 shows at once. That's right. I know when you're doing this job, when you're a baseball player, you don't have a lot of time to watch 12 shows at once. So we went around and asked, what shows would you DVR on Verizon Fios?
I'm just trying to think of 12 shows that I'm currently watching.
Swamp People, X-Men, Game of Thrones, can't miss it.
And you got all the cartoons. There's like 5 different cartoon shows.
Treehouse Masters or something like that. That makes some pretty cool tree houses.
24. I recently came back on after a few years off.
Pawn Stars.
12 is a hard number to come up with.
Duck Dynasty.
I can't even come up with any more right now.
All right, the best feature of this ultimate viewing chair. Ready, guys? Home run Mets. I mean, come on. Does it get better than that? Gary, you have to give the call, and then I'll push the apple next time, okay?
We'll wait for that to happen. Thanks, Kev. Treehouse Masters?
I've not heard.
Josh Edgen finds shows that nobody else has heard of. Treehouse Masters, really?
Well,
I mean, Duck Dynasty, I understand.
So it's got to be an HGTV show, right? Where they do all the building and the interiors.
Jonathan Lucroy leading off the 4th, grounded to short his first time. And the changeup misses from Nice, 2-0.
What do you have to watch, Keith? Is there a show that you have to watch?
It would be absolutely perfect for me during the football season.
Oh, okay.
Boy, oh boy, you can watch all the games you want. Think about that.
I'd like to know, as Lucroy hits it out to center, easy play for Chris Young. 1 out. Who can find 12 shows to record at once? That's amazing. Even during football season, there aren't that many things to record at once. That's got to be fabulous to have that kind of ability.
Well, you can watch the Americans. There's a lot of good stuff.
Well, the Americans good.
I like that.
You know, the U.S. Open golf is on right now, so you wouldn't miss all 4 rounds of that Open and at Pinehurst number 2. What shows do I have to watch? Californication, I watch.
Veep.
Veep, you have to watch.
Justified.
Nurse Jackie. Got to watch Nurse Jackie. Game of Thrones, I heard one of the players say Game of Thrones is huge in my house, although I don't get it.
Parks and Recreation. Gomez flips the bat away in frustration as he flies one to left. And Brown's got it for the 2nd out.
And I'm fascinated with, you know, I've said it before, I have a hard time falling asleep, sleeping along periods of time. I'm fascinated by the shows where they show you how to build bridges or how bridges were built in the past, and those kind of shows put me to sleep. Like, they're great,
really.
And then after a while, because of the narration is usually that kind of voice, that drone voice, puts me to sleep.
If I need to go to sleep, Storage Wars.
Storage Wars. Pawnbroker.
Ron, I didn't know you had an issue with sleeping.
Yes. You don't know that? You know that.
Did you ever talk to a psychiatrist about it?
I have not. I don't know whether it's cheap or.
John Neese facing a Aramis Ramirez, who's accounted for the only run of the game with a home run, and he gets drilled. Second batter that Neese has hit tonight.
Same pitch that he threw to Weeks. I think it's a cutter, and he's just coming across too much. Ron, you tell me.
No, listen, the guy hit a home run off him last at bat. What is he trying to do? Make sure he doesn't leave one over the middle of the plate. So he's making sure it's either on the inside corner or off the plate, and that one was way off the plate.
All right, Ronnie, take me through the thoughts of Kyle Loesch right now. Two of your guys have gotten hit.
Yeah.
Neither one on purpose, but is there a need to keep this in the back of your mind?
You might, but Gary, the game's 1-0. And you're trying to win the game first. All your teammates know this. You know there was no intent, or you think there was no intent. So there's no retaliation. Now, if you were to get to a certain point where your team loads on some runs or gets a couple of runs, you got a little lead, and you know Jonathan Neese might get one a little up and in to knock him off the plate. That would be a fair play.
Or could it carry over to the next time the teams meet in July?
Absolutely. You know, you only do it when you can do it within the framework of winning the ball game.
Chris Davis takes one the other way, and he's got a base hit. Ramirez pulls in at second, and so the Brewers have 2 men on.
No, the Mets do not have. We've watched the entire season. They would absolutely be one of the teams that you would put on the bottom rung of teams that do not throw at players. They just don't. You know, there are teams that have reputation for doing that. We saw David Price with David Ortiz in Boston. The Mets do not have that reputation.
No. Here's Mark Reynolds, who bounced into a double play his first time up. Comes up with 2 out and 2 on.
Very dangerous Mark Reynolds. One of those power guys that it's all or nothing. If he makes contact, it's not a ballpark that can hold him. He strikes out an awful lot.
It's only the 3rd time in Neese's career he's hit 2 batters in a game. The other 2 times came in 2010. Curveball bounced foul, and it's 0-2 to Reynolds.
There you go. Oh, sweet.
Doesn't get any better than that. And she didn't even get the ball. She's just so happy that Dad got it and gave it to her sister.
That's a loving sister right there.
See, my brothers, when we were kids, we'd be fighting. We'd be on the ground right now trying to fight over that ball.
Girls are different.
It's got to be Grandpa there too, huh? On the left.
Oh, look at it.
Well, that's a fun day at the ball yard.
Now, of course, the older one is asking, now, Dad, when do I get mine?
Right. Neese ahead 0-2 on Reynolds, and the curveball on the outside corner got him looking. That is 6 strikeouts in 4 innings for John Neese, and 4 of the 6 have come on called 3rd strikes. In the 4th, 1-0 Milwaukee. Around the batting order for Kyle Loesch, who's been perfect through the first 3 innings. Danny Murphy has the hardest hit ball. First pitch Loesch threw tonight. He lined it right at the 3rd baseman Ramirez.
Notice how it was a fastball away. First pitch of the game. Take a look at the defense. In at the corners. Pretty much straight away. Notice how Loesch let him off with a breaking ball, RJ, after that first pitch of the game. He's swinging at my fastball.
2-0.
Behind for a rare time tonight.
He'll throw a little sinker away, try to get Murph to roll it over. Misses. Change up.
Well, Loesch has walked only 14 batters in 91 innings this year, one of the best control artists in the game. Murphy has been walking more this year, and he takes a strike. But he is, he's more a swinger than a taker. But it has been one of Murphy's goals this year to draw more walks, and he has. His on-base percentage up to .360. One of the reasons he makes sense in that leadoff spot. And he drives one to center field and lands in front of Gomez, and it goes by him and all the way back toward the warning track. Murphy running as fast as he can on his way to third, and he'll be stopped there. Gomez never had a chance to catch that ball, just got a little too close to it, and it skipped on by him, and Murphy winds up in third.
Well, they kind of olayed it too. You know right now you're in trouble, and he took it off to the side a little bit instead of getting his body in front. That should be a single and a two-base error.
That was one of those tweeners. I think when it went up in the air, he thought he played as a base hit. And Murph hit it so hard, he decided at the last minute that maybe I'm going to try to catch it. And that's how it changed. And Murph, of course, got those fists pumping.
And they will score it just the way that Keith said. Single, two-base error.
Murph
so
runs
the
like
Gold Glover commits the error that puts Murphy at third.
When Murph gets running, he runs like Super Mario.
And Abreu lifts one to left. That'll get the run in. Davis goes back to get it. Murphy tags up and walks on in with a tying run. So Gomez's error cost the Brewers. Abreu with the sacrifice fly. It's a 1-1 game.
So interesting to me. A smart hitter like Abreu, he takes until there's an RBI situation, and he puts the ball in play on the first pitch.
Little backdoor slider.
Second error of the year for Gomez helps the Mets produce their first run of the night. And now David Wright with one out and nobody on. David hit it pretty well to right field his first time up, and Braun caught it on the warning track. David's always had pretty good success against Kyle Loesch. 9 for 22 with a couple of home runs.
Unlike the Mets' Juan Lagares, that ball from Murphy would have been back pocket because he plays so shallow. Carlos Gomez, despite the Gold Glove, comes from the Mike Trout school of defensive center field play. That's very deep, and that allows them to have those catches that end up on the highlight shows.
Well, these days, the guys like Lagares are the exceptions.
Yes.
The center fielders who play shallow.
There's a little extra hitting early, little chat.
Out to deep left center, back toward the wall and off the fence. Right on his way to second. The throw is going to be close, and Weeks tags him out. Gomez making up for his defensive miscue, playing the carom perfectly that time and gunning down David Wright at second base.
Well, just around 3/4 the way up the fence. Perfect throw. I think David thought he had a home run here. Let's take a look at him out of the box. And he's clearly out there. Beautiful throw by Gomez. No, he's running.
Well, nice to see David drive the ball. Just his second hit in his last 28 at bats. But a nice play by Gomez on the carom and the throw. So 2 out and nobody on. Now Lucas Duda, and he takes a strike.
Well, when you're struggling, you come out and take extra hitting. I don't like the mechanical things to be, as he's talking about his shoulder, he's lifting his shoulder up instead of driving in. And he's had difficulty with that outside corner, so he's aware of what his issues are. Why he's got the bat up there by the label, I have no idea.
Isn't it a learning process, not only for David Wright, but also for the hitting coach, as they kind of have a conversation and figure out how to work together?
Duda grounds one down to Reynolds at first, and that retires the side. Mets get even on the sacrifice fly by Abreu after Gomez's error. A 1-1 game after 4. Our Mets insider team recently caught up with reliever Henry Mejia, born and raised in the Dominican Republic. Mejia is still getting used to life in the Big Apple.
When I come here, I don't know nothing English, so it's very hard. I just know Spanish. So when I go buy some food, I follow the people speak English. What kind of food did he buy? I gotta eat. I'm a funny guy. I mean, I like to be fun. I like to be happy.
He struck him out, and the ball game is over.
That's no personality. You know, like everybody asking me, when am I gonna dance like Michael Jackson? I say, I never dance. You know, that's adrenaline. I love the fans. I love everything here. So I feel pretty happy to be here in New York. I love all my teammates. They believe me, and I believe them. And we're gonna get a championship. We're working for, and we're gonna be there if God willing.
Well, our limited commercial interruption broadcast tonight has given us the opportunity to do things like that, to learn a little bit more about the players, a little bit more of their personality. I think what's great about Mejia, the fact that a guy who maybe when he first came to the big leagues was reluctant to do interviews in English now feels comfortable to do that.
I know, but we both, all of us, saw him when he was 20 years old, and he was just delightful to be around from day one. So that hasn't changed with Henry, and I think that is refreshing considering all the travails he's gone through with his physical problems, that he still has retained that, I think, innocence of loving to play the game.
I can speak for myself. I played for 3 weeks or a month in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I didn't speak any Spanish. It's very difficult to be in a country where you don't speak the language. Yeah. It's tough. You're shy. You're afraid to be stupid, say something stupid, and it takes a lot of courage.
You?
I did not. I did not have a good time in Ponce. I didn't last very long. I didn't hit my weight there. They shipped me home after 4 weeks.
Gene Segura leading off the 5th inning, and he hits a bullet into center field for a base hit. So the Brewers have the leadoff man on for the first time tonight against John Neese. Tonight's Mets Plus limited commercial interruption telecast on SNY is brought to you by Fios Quantum TV from Verizon. Redefining what TV can be with Fios Quantum TV. You get more storage with 200 hours of HD programming, more access with the power to record up to 12 shows at once, and more control over your favorite shows. Pause, play, and rewind live TV from any room in your home.
I just want to be with Henry as Murphy comes in to speak to Jonathan Neese. I want to be with Henry at breakfast when he's in line behind someone and he gets to the counter and says, I want an onion bagel with a smear of cream cheese. Because he's repeating what he's hearing, right?
Well, it's a good thing he's not eating breakfast with Frank Howard. Here's Kyle Loesch, and he pushes a beautiful bunt down toward Duda. 3-4 on the sacrifice. Loesch has his 5th sacrifice of the year.
That is a beautiful bunt and not an easy pitch to bunt. A breaking ball down.
Just for our younger viewers who might not get the reference, Frank Howard is the largest man in baseball and eats like it.
Well, he used to have, and Keith, you're right, just lowers his body and his bat. His head stays still, so he's able to just easily push that ball to Duda. Frank Howard could easily eat a dozen eggs, right, for breakfast?
At least.
Yeah. And a pound of bacon.
And a rasher of bacon. Throw in about 20 links of sausage, a loaf of bread.
In '84, when George Bamberger quit the managing job,
to go fishing.
And Frank took over.
Weeks grounds one down to right, who gives some ground and throws him out 2 away. Segura holds at second.
So Frank, I came over, Bamberger was gone, and Frank was the manager, and Frank would sleep in that nasty old couch in the manager's room. He'd overnight. He wouldn't go home ever. A day game after a night game. Oh, man. He'd come to the ballpark. There'd be Frank.
We used to have a sauna in the old Shea. And occasionally, you'd had a big workout and you wanted to go in there and just, get just to limber up your bones and muscles a little bit. And you'd go in there, and it was a very, very small hut. of a sauna, and Frank would be in there lifting weights and occupying the entire room. It was one of the scariest sights to this day I've ever seen.
Ryan Braun's been up twice, called out on strikes both times.
Don't get him mad, too. Gentle giant, but boy, one.
Braun hits one down to third. And Wright makes the long throw. A little bit low, but handled by Duda. And the side retired. So Neese gives up a leadoff hit, but works out of trouble. Things going well for Neese. We're halfway through a 1-1 game here at Citi Field. And we've got a pitcher's duel going here between Loesch and Neese. So how appropriate that we bring in Bobby Ojeda from the SNY studio in Midtown Manhattan. Bobby, what do you like from what you've seen from John Neese so far tonight?
That great mix of pitches that we've gotten used to, really working that curveball in. I think he's keeping these free swinging Brewers off base and off kilter, and I think that bodes well for them. They're going to get themselves out as long as you stay out of the middle, I think.
You know, Bobby, we talked about Loesch, and he developed a relationship with Dave Duncan, which kind of changed his career. He became more of a pitcher than a thrower. Was there someone in Boston or with the Mets that was able to work with you like that, of changing speeds was the key?
Well, not in Boston, but you and I both know we had the best in Mel Stoudemire. When I came here, he really introduced belief in myself. Always kind of struggled with the quality of my pitches, but he kind of taught me that, you know, what you've got is good enough if you mix it the right way, stay out of the middle. And I came here knowing that I had to go inside hard. So that was probably the one thing I took from Boston, but Mel took me to the other level.
Bob, we've been talking up Carlos Gomez, a former Met, and now is kind of a budding superstar, if not already a superstar. What are your impressions of him?
I listened to the interview with KB before the show, before the game, and what I like is here's a guy who found his own way. He was sort of being forced into being someone he wasn't, which was, put the ball on the ground, run hard, slap hitter, and that just, you guys know, inside you are who you are. And if you're allowed to be who you are and then kind of grow in that, you're a better ball player. And that's what I see from him. Those big giant swings are kind of comical, and he's got a lot of emotion. Certainly not the type of guy who's a slap hitter, go the other way and, go to first base. Not like that. Too much panache for that kid.
Bobby, thanks very much for your insights, and we'll see you after the game.
Okay, you got it.
Bobby Ojeda from the SNY studio as Chris Young hits one in the hole at short. Gene Segura with the high throw, and Young is safe at first. Now, Segura has got a great arm, but sometimes a little erratic.
Well, easy backhand, time to throw and set and throw. Excuse me, just overshoots. Good hustle by Young down the line, but that's got to be an E6.
To me, it's almost like he didn't use the good arm. He kind of aimed it over there, and I think that's why that ball took Reynolds off the bag. Nice try by Reynolds to try to slap the tag down.
By the way, Bobby Ojeda is going to have an online Verizon chat now through the 7th inning, so you can be a part of that. So we're not the only ones that get to chat with Bobby.
Nice.
So the Mets have the go-ahead run to first base for Andrew Brown, and he goes after the first pitch. So more and more now, the Mets recognizing that Loesch is going to be in the strike zone, being very aggressive early in the count.
A lot more aggressive swinging from the Mets of late. A little bit interesting that Andrew Brown came up so red hot, and he's just kind of hit the home run when he came back. And he's really had sporadic play.
Just his third start since returning.
By play, I mean in the lineup starting.
Yeah. Because he had a base hit last night, pinch hitting.
What do we have going on here?
Jeez.
Sergeant Slaughter, right?
Yeah, it's the wrestlers, yes.
I don't know the cat on the left.
Good call, Ron.
That's a little scary that's in the gray matter, to tell you the truth. Might want to get that out. Exactly.
1-1 to Brown. And he fouls off the slider. 1-2. Is it Halloween and I'm not aware?
Yeah, I'm missing out, but it's pretty cool.
What's going on?
That's like a zombie Chicago.
I bet you they're Wall Streeters. The market lost over 100 today, didn't it?
So they're working a second job?
Living dead now? 16,700 is not enough. 1-1 to Brown. 1-2 to Brown. And he fouls one away.
You know, and talking to Bobby O, you know, when I watched Kyle Loesch, one of the things that Bobby O did so well is that he never gave you the same speed twice. Occasionally pop you in twice with that fastball. But Loesch, every pitch has a different spin, a different speed. He never allows you to sit on the same speed, and that's what makes him effective.
Well, it's interesting. 2 starts ago, he threw his 1 shutout, complete game of the year, 4-hit shutout. The next start, his last start, he got rocked.
See how many pitches he threw in that 3-hit shutout against the Cubs? 93.
Yeah.
The ultimate in efficiency. 2-2 to Brown with Young at first and nobody out. Wilmer Flores on deck. Tonight's Mets Plus limited commercial interruption telecast on SNY is brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV. Verizon Fios Quantum TV lets you store up to 200 hours of movies, sports, and entire seasons of your favorite shows, all in full HD, not to mention the ability to record 12 programs at a time. That means more space for your Mets and SNY content at home. Fios Quantum TV, redefining what TV can be. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming from Loesch to Brown. In there, strike 3 call. 3rd strikeout of the night for Loesch.
Another called 3rd strike on a fastball.
Boy, that's right down the middle.
Is that just guessing wrong, Keith?
I don't know what's going on in Andrew Brown's mind there. I always felt, Gary, for me, and I've said it a million times, if a pitcher struck me out with a fastball, unless it was a left-hander inside corner where it tied me up, I would go back to that dugout and say he set me up. That'll never happen again.
Yeah, he set you up. That Loesch gets you thinking soft, and softer, and then he'll pop that fastball in, and it looks like it's 95.
Well, you look at the breakdown on Loesch's pitches. He throws his fastball only 43% of the time. There goes Young. Lucroy's throw not in time. And Chris Young has his 7th stolen base of the year.
Fastball, good pitch to throw on. Lucroy doesn't waste any time. Just too good a jump. Even a perfect throw would not have gotten Young.
I wonder if that's a sign to Flores, because Flores faked the bunt, and that always is something that sometimes is done to kind of, you know, be in front of the catcher, to make it more difficult for the catcher.
Or maybe you saw Young got that great jump. Loesch is usually pretty hard to run on. It's only the 2nd stolen base with him on the mound this year. The curveball to Flores, line to left, but right at Chris Davis. That's 2 line drives to left field off the bat of Flores tonight, and nothing to show for it. So let's see what they do with Recker here with the go-ahead run at 2nd, 2 out and first base open.
Veteran pitcher. I would think that Renicky will allow him to pitch how he wants to pitch to Recker. If he gets to the point where he's behind and has to groove a fastball, he'll throw a breaking ball.
This is also a club that scores runs, the Brewers.
So trust factor here. That's what's working.
Slider off the plate to start him off.
And then Recker's got to know offensively, Gary, right? He's got to know, well, that's how I'm going to be pitched. So
how much do you want him to, you know, expand the edges of what he'll offer out here with the pitcher on deck?
If I were a hitter, I'd sit on a breaking ball on this count. 1-0. He's going to get another breaking ball. Thank you.
He's going to walk him. That's what he's going to do. I would just 2-0. I wouldn't want him to exert any more energy, especially with all the importance of pitch counts. Just give him the free pass.
To answer your question, Gary, I would, if I was Recker, don't give in. John Neese can get a hit. It's one of your better hitting pitchers.
See, I always like in this situation just to stay on the fastball. The guy might try to get cute. There was a fastball 2-0 right there. Yeah. You would have thought that would have been another breaking ball. If you get a breaking ball 2-0, you spin on it if it's a good one.
All those times you hit 8th.
But if he, yeah. You got a point there.
2-1 for Bloch. And the breaking ball hit on the ground for Segura. And this time his throw is true. And the side is retired. We've played 5 now at Citi Field. Mets and Brewers all tied up at 1. See Kevin reporting from the FiOS Quantum TV Ultimate Fan Share. Well, he's not the only one who's had the chance to have that ultimate fan experience. We sent Keith out to the chair to get a first-hand look at all the capabilities that this ultimate chair has.
That was fun.
The Apple.
Oh, you can store a lot of things in there.
Now, in that ultimate viewing chair, Keith, if you get that out east, you're not rocking a tie and a sport coat. What are you rocking at home? Or watching your.
That's not for me. That's for some fan that's going to win that in August. I got very fortunate to be able to sit in that chair. I'm not going to hoard it.
Now you've got the screen in front of you where you can watch your shows, all the shows that you've stored, but you also have a tablet on each side. Now, can you keep both those tablets going at once?
Well, the big computer, the tablet to my right, they were in sync. The one on my left is the one on my left you can do something separate. Now, to me, I'm not of the generation that can triple task or multitask. So. But it's very interesting, and I love that Kevin had the sound effects with the massage on the back. That was, you remember in the old motels?
Cost you a quarter.
Put the quarter in.
Magic fingers. Now I saw there was a fridge on one of the arms there. Now there's no freezer, right? You can't store your ice cream in there.
No, I think it's for beverages.
Okay,
Cokes or whatever.
Got enough room for several beverages just so you don't have to get up too often?
Depends what your preference is. Maybe it's Dom Perignon.
A couple of chilled glasses in there with the bottle.
Then you should keep the coat and tie on.
Maybe a tuxedo. Yeah. Maybe a evening jacket.
There you go.
Smoker's jacket.
Velour.
Yeah. Jonathan Lucroy leading off in the 6th inning. Lucroy is grounded to short and fly to center 0 for 2. Part of the batting order against Nice, and a liner right at Flores. A bullet for the first out.
Well, both pitchers have given up some hard hit balls, but see Lucroy checking his action on the replay on the screen.
Well, both these pitchers have done a great job of keeping their pitch count low. Look at Nice, 61 pitches with 1 out in the 6th. There's Gomez, who's flied out twice tonight.
They've done a pretty good job with Gomez. He's gotten his hits, but he's only driven in 1 run in this series. And that was the first game.
Kept the ball inside on him, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
And again.
Big swing.
He does not get cheated, does he?
He does not.
Two out to right, and Abreu scuffles over. 2 out. Well, tonight during our special Mets Plus broadcast with limited commercial interruption, you can talk baseball with SNY's Bobby Ojeda during the 5th through 7th innings. That's right now. Just go to SNY.tv, click on the link, and join the conversation. It's Chat Live with Bob Ojeda, presented by Verizon FiOS, only on SNY.tv.
I have never heard you use that verb before. Scuffles over. I love it. Tell me where that came from.
Kind of like between shuttling and shuffling. As Ramirez finds the hole for his second hit of the night.
Like fantabulous?
Yeah, something like that.
I've never heard that before.
I just thought that it's by osmosis from all of us listening to Doc Emmerich for a couple of months. It kind of gets in there sometimes.
If I can find a way to use pitchforks it into the zone, I'm going to use it. That's my favorite Docism. Because it's so evocative, right? It's the same way that you send the hay into the loft.
That's
you
right.
pitchfork the puck into the zone.
He's the best.
You
can see it. It's very descriptive.
Yeah. Here's Chris Davis, has walked and singled, and the curveball down.
Yeah, Doc has the ability to occasionally make nouns into onomatopoeia. I mean, the way he says it, it's amazing.
Change up and away to Davis, and he's behind 2-0. Dangerous spot for John in a 1-1 game in the 6th inning against a guy with a lot of power.
And he's got a lift swing. 10 home runs on the year for Davis.
They call him Crush, K-H-R-U-S-H. Grounded down to third, and the force play ends the inning. Middle of the 6th at Citi Field. Mets 1, Brewers 1. Three days. The San Diego Padres are in over the weekend. They are really struggling. 8 losses in their last 10 games and a very dismal offense. The Cardinals trying to be resurgent, but they're still scuffling along. A couple of games over 500, and then the Marlins are in. As John Neese takes one foul down the left field line to start the bottom of the 6th. The Padres come here tomorrow night. They just lost this afternoon to the Phillies. They're your Fios probables for tomorrow. Bartolo Colon against Andrew Cashner. Just the second start off the DL for Cashner, has been the Padres' best starter. Their on-base percentage, their team on-base percentage going into today, and I think it went down a tick today, 275.
Wow.
Which would be the lowest in 104 years. That's how much the Padres' offense has struggled. He's grounded out his first time up.
How's Headley doing?
Poorly. He's hitting 200. Carlos Quentin is hitting 200. Jed Jerko was hitting 162 before they put him on the disabled list. Yonder Alonso is hitting 208. I mean, that's how it's going. Oh, and Bosch has to reach back for that flip from Reynolds, but handles it with aplomb. 1 out.
No, the mistake I see with first basemen is that when they catch that ball, they kind of shovel it with their hand and glove at the same time. Always take the ball out of your glove so the pitcher can see it. See how he shovels it and he hides it almost with the glove? It's really hard to see when you're running to first base. I know Keith used to always take it out of his glove, hold it right in front of you so you can see it, and toss it to you like no mistake could be made. You can sometimes make it when you hide it behind the glove.
Yep, and you want to get to the pitcher before he gets to the bag, so he doesn't have to be worried about where the bag is.
When Keith would be occasionally spelled by Dave Magnan, and I love Mags. Mags would take forever to throw it, and I'd be screaming, running down first, give it up, I need it now. Because he would try to time it with the bag, which if the throw's off at all, it can really bust the play.
Murphy scored the only Met run in the 4th inning. And a sinking line drive to center. Fell in for a hit. Got behind Carlos Gomez for an error. Bobby Abreu next pitch at a sacrifice fly. And that is the Mets' only run of the night. Mets have had only 2 hits. Murphy's single and then Wright's single where he got thrown out trying to get to second. 2-1 to Murph.
Murph hitting leadoff tonight for the folks that, if you just joined us, his first time this year. He's been inserted in the leadoff position.
For the 12th time in his career he's batted leadoff. And he is the 7th different leadoff hitter for the Mets this season.
And with Curtis
How many can you name?
Yep. With Granderson sitting down today with a little tightness in that quad, I think Terry Collins is just trying to find a formula, a lineup that can score runs.
Reynolds handles another one. This time he does a better job of showing it. Still a difficult play for Woj.
He still flips it.
Yeah.
You want to, like you're bowling. He's fine. He's running towards the pitcher perfect, but he kind of flips. Just like you're bowling in a bowling alley, so that pitcher can see it.
Sunday here from offensive tackle Breno Giacomini about fitting in on the O-line and what it's like being a new Jet. Plus the crew breaks down the final week of OTAs and looks ahead to next week's minicamp on Jets Nation Sunday at 7 only on SNY. Just for the record, the other Met leadoff hitters this year: Eric Young, Chris Young, Juan Lagares, Matt Dendecker, Kirk Neuenhuis, and Ruben Tejada. And Murph is now the 7th. Here's Abreu. He drove in the only run with a sac fly.
It's the first time Abreu this year has hits in the 2-hole.
Abreu is one of those guys who's hit everywhere in the lineup in his career. Into center field, and that'll fall for a base hit. So Abreu with a 2-out single, just the Mets' 3rd hit of the night. And now David Wright, who hit a ball about as hard as he's hit one in a week and a half, off the fence in left center in the 4th inning, then got thrown out by Carlos Gomez trying to stretch it into a double.
David came out early with some extra batting practice with Lamar Johnson right there, the new hitting coach. Llama, as we used to call him, played against Lamar in AAA when he was with Des Moines, the White Sox.
David hits this one out to right. Pretty well hit, but playable for Braun. And that retires the side. So a base hit and 1 left. We played 6 now at Citi Field. The Mets and Brewers still tied up 1-1.
Well, Kevin Burkhardt is out on the field, part of the Citi Field grounds crew as they drag the field after the 6th.
There you go. You know, guys, I have to say I've never been nervous on television, but I'm really nervous right now. I feel like Bill Deacon is like watching and giving me the Bill. I'm okay, I promise. You got to get out here and get all these cleat marks. I don't want one to fall down. See, like this is very dangerous. No good. No bueno.
Kev, I'm glad you're not over at first base.
Keith, you would yell at me. I don't want to have that kind of pressure on me right now. See, this is a big cleat mark right here. The conditioner apparently. It's kind of like ice, you know, when you're playing hockey. Kind of like we saw that no goal of the Rangers last night. The dirt kind of gets churned up and you kind of flatten it out so there's no divots.
So you're like
What's up, Andrew?
You're like the human Zamboni.
Andrew Brown can't believe his eyes, by the way. That was great. The human Zamboni, but now I got to not get run over by the guys when they drag it, and now everybody else is going to make up for my mess. See? I'm too busy talking.
It's all random.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
See?
You're setting it up for the guys that come and drag
You got to set it up for the guys who drag. That's right. Uh-oh. Look out!
Get out of the way.
Look out!
Kevin, just a little piece of advice for a guy that lives down the shore like you do.
Yeah.
A little sun on the legs now.
Sorry. I wish I would have shown you Wilmer Flores when he turned around and saw me on the ground screw. Sorry, Wilmer. I hope there's no divots.
Well, the shorts are awesome, Kev.
I have to say, the shirts are top quality shirts.
You get to keep the uniform?
I'm going to wear it the rest of the night. I hope there's a walk-off interview so I can wear it on the field.
Kev, you got a sweet set of pins there.
You know what? Actually, listen, this is not easy. Thanks, guys. They've got under 2 minutes to do this entire field. And basically what I was trying to... Matty, thanks, buddy. How did I do?
Good job.
I think they're lying. They said I did. Anyway, guys, what I was saying is you got 2 minutes, under 2 minutes to get out there and basically take away any divot that's created by a cleat. And here we go. I talked to Bill Deacon, head groundskeeper. He said, we do it every third inning just because it works, So every 3 innings, end of the third, end of the sixth. If it goes to extra innings, you continue that pattern. And it's just trying to keep some symmetry. Basically, with the rake, you kind of go over all the divots, and then, of course, they drag it, takes away all the little pebbles and things like that. And it looks like brand new. I think it is kind of similar to the Zamboni, guys. But yeah, it was nerve-wracking. I don't want to mess up the field. It's quite the task. These guys work hard.
Yes, they do.
Well, not only are they responsible for dragging the field after the third and after the sixth, but all this evening they've been keeping their eye on the weather forecast, worrying about whether they have to pull the tarp. Now, Kevin, if it had rained tonight, were you responsible for tarp duty?
I got to tell you, in my contract, I had to sign a waiver for that one.
But you're right, Kev. The grounds crew is very critical, and that's why any and all teams that make it to the playoffs and they get the playoff money, they vote a share to the grounds crew.
Recker makes the play on the dribbler from Reynolds, and that's the first down in the seventh.
You say at home, okay, 2 minutes, that's plenty of time, and you got enough people to do it, right? But I can say, just being out there, that's a lot of ground to cover in 2 minutes. It really is. It's an efficient, streamlined process.
For our older folks out there, when you would watch the Saturday game of the week, an afternoon game, they wouldn't do the things that they're doing every 3 innings now. And it would be, unless it was a AstroTurf field, of course, a cloud of dust out there on the infield. And you would see holes in the infield, and the infielders would have to play around them, or at least play the bad hops off them. It's a nice time to be an infielder.
It's amazing how field conditions have changed just in the last couple of decades. We used to get such wide variation in the conditions of fields.
Different dirt. I know that Atlanta, Fulton County was a bad infield. Dodger Stadium always had the best infield when I played. And I think it was Dodger Stadium where all the infields were patterned after. Also the famous grounds crew guy in Kansas City.
Toma?
Yes.
George Toma?
I believe so. And some spring training fields were absolutely abominable. I hated to play on them. Bradenton was awful. Oh my gosh.
Well, to tell you how bad it was, we showed the mound there. You would have to adjust sometimes your pitching mechanics depending on the mound on the road. Some were so bad that would create a huge hole. The holes you don't see today.
Strike 3 called. Segura caught on the outside fastball. Strikeout number 7 for John Neese.
And it's been the backdoor cutter, Keith.
That was more like a fastball to me on the outside corner. Let's see. Well, you might be right, Ron.
So 2 out and nobody on. The pitcher Loesch will come to bat. He's struck out in sacrifice. The Brewers 1 run 4 hits. The Mets 1 run 3 hits. Well, these two not only have been terrific, but they've been efficient. Loesch has thrown 69 pitches through 6. Neese 77 pitches with 2 out in the 7th. So they could be around for a while.
it's just so much fun to watch a game as you see Ricky Weeks on deck pitch like this, where guys are just aggressive, throwing strikes, no fear.
You know, we saw this in Nice's last start in San Francisco when he matched up against Matt Cain. It was a very similar kind of game. Crisp pace, a lot of strikes, a lot of guys swinging the bat.
Well, you'll find some seasons where, you know, the first month of the season, your #1 guys are going to go against their #1 guy most of the time, and then rainouts and scheduling changes change that up a little bit. But there are some seasons where every day you go out there, you're facing the best, and Nice is with that today with Loesch.
Loesch drives one into right center for a base hit. Chased down by Chris Young, and it'll hold Loesch to a 2-out single.
Nice hitting by Loesch. Up and in fastball. Watch him inside out, but stay level. Actually, it was inner half, but look at that level swing. On a high pitch, and that's why you got your line drive. It's not a bad swing at all.
6th hit of the year for Loesch. And the Brewers' 5th hit of the night. Now 4th time around the batting order. Ricky Weeks hitting leadoff tonight, 0 for 2. He was also hit on the back of the leg by a pitch from Nice. One of 2 batters John has hit tonight. Curveball misses, ball 1 to Weeks.
Even if you don't think it was intentional, whenever you get hit by a pitch in a game, your intention the rest of the game is hit a bullet off the pitcher.
Against the pitcher or literally off the pitcher?
Well, it depends. Sometimes you want to hit it off his forehead, and I know that the guys have been hit, so it's an awful thing to say, but that's what you'll say to yourself. But you really just want to. You want to hurt him. You want to do some damage.
Just make him duck.
Your focus is going up the middle. Let's just say that.
And Nice misses with the changeup and falls behind Weeks 3-0 with Ryan Braun looming on deck. So another dangerous point in this game for Nice.
Braun, when he's going great, you would never see Weeks swing here. He could 3-0.
Takes a strike. John has walked only 1 tonight, struck out 7, which matches his season high.
That is a superhero.
Aspiring.
Hit the gym, pal. Just kidding.
Really?
Oh, sorry. No.
Yeah, that was fun.
Loesch gets set to run. Duda will play behind him. 3-2 to Weeks.
Struck him out. He's still behind 3-0. He comes back to strike out Weeks. A season high 8 strikeouts for John Nice. 7th inning stretch time at Citi Field. The Mets and Brewers tied at 1. Time now for another look at a Mets memory.
The Mets got the message. Think big, think positive. They put together some outstanding talent, from proven stars like Bud Harrelson at short to newcomers like Rod Gasper in right field and Wayne Garrett at third base. All they needed was to mold together as a spirited unit with the confidence to win. Jerry Grody picks his man off first with newly acquired Don Clendenon making the tag. Cleon Jones was back doing wonders in the field and at the plate. Ken Boswell was stabbing them at second. Art Shamsky and others were making it possible for manager Gil Hodges to throw his best bats at the opposition. Everything began to fall into place. As well placed, in fact, as this perfect butt by Harrelson.
See those first-year San Diego Padre uniforms from 1969? That might have been the highlight of the whole thing. Jerry Koosman, who was on the mound for the final pitch of the Mets' most unlikely World Series title in 1969.
I love those murals at the ballpark. And this is one of the great traditions here, the 7th inning stretch.
Lazy Mary.
Big tradition. I love it.
We don't usually get to hear the playing of Lazy Mary during a commercial break.
Mets fans lead the world in hugs during Lazy Mary. What do they do?
We've seen ourselves quite a pitcher's duel tonight between John Neese and Kyle Loesch. Aramis Ramirez homered in the second. Bobby Abreu lifted a sacrifice fly in the fourth. 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the seventh. Tonight's Mets Plus limited commercial interruption telecast on SNY is brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV. First time.
Oh. Sorry, Gary, that was worthy of an interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Limited interruption tonight. Lucas Duda leads off the home seventh. Lucas was robbed of a hit on a great play by Weeks in the second, then grounded out to first base in the fourth. And Loesch spots the changeup for a strike. 0-1. Duda, Young, and Brown for the Mets, who've had just 3 hits tonight. John Neese hoping for some support here. It's been little of that forthcoming.
Did you see the sweat coming off the bill of his cap?
Well, I'll tell you, when you're locked in these games, and it's not even that hot, so it tells you how hard he's working. It's a little humid, but not that hot.
Wow.
It's interesting. You've been there before. You get locked into these games, and you just know that you can't, if your team's going to win and you're going to win a game, you can't give up anymore. You're locked in this 1-1 game, and you're hoping one of your guys can punch something across.
Now, Ronnie, when you have in your memory from your last start what happened to Johnny, pitched a wonderful game, and then he had just that one little bobble with 2 out in the 7th inning. Does that play in the back of your mind?
Not, it shouldn't. If you are of the ilk that you are a winning pitcher, and John's one of those guys, you don't think of that stuff.
Another chance for Weeks in the shift, and Duda retired 1 out.
It's like anything. It's not going to happen next time, right?
Yeah. And the furthest you'll go to yourself is you'll be sitting on the bench and go, you know what? I'm locked in another one of these. Okay, bring it on. Let's go. Yep. You know, I'm going to be better than Loesch, and that's how you start to think about it. I'm not going to buckle. He's going to buckle first. Cool. Start to make a little kind of game out of it.
It's unusual in baseball these days. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. There hasn't been a hint of action in either bullpen. Chris Young is 0 for 2. Reached on an error his last time up and takes a curveball off the plate. Young reached on Segura's error, then stole a base in the 5th, but was left stranded. And Loesch behind him, 2-0.
So this is what I like to watch with Kyle Loesch. Okay, he's throwing a curveball for a ball, changeup for a ball. 2-0. What is he going to feature against Chris Young?
Fastball in the air to shallow center, and in comes Gomez to get it. 2 out.
This is the wild card for the Mets here. And why do I say that? 1, he's got the home run power. 2, Kyle Loesch does not know him. They don't have a lot of history against each other. So he doesn't have the ability to go on, boy, I've faced him half a dozen times. I know what he can hit, what he can't hit. So this is the wild card for the Mets and Kyle Loesch.
Loesch has given up 10 home runs this year. Brown hit 1 on opening day, hit 1 on his second opening day when he returned to the big leagues. And he had 13 in between down in Las Vegas. And he tops one foul. 1-1. Granderson sitting tonight with a little tweak in his calf, and that gives Brown an opportunity to play.
That was a mistake.
Got a hanger.
Loesch knew it too. He got away with it.
Wouldn't be surprised after that hanging breaking ball. Little fastball in to keep him honest. Batting gloves on Granderson. He's ready in case the Mets need him.
Toward the hole, and that's through for a base hit. So Andrew Brown with a 2-out single. The Mets' 4th hit of the night off Loesch. And Wilmer Flores will come to the plate. Granderson not only with gloves but a bat and a helmet in hand. Pitcher spot 2 batters away. Boy, if you're John Neese, you got to be thinking, they're going to take me out. They better get me the lead. John's thrown only 87 pitches in 7 innings. Well, Wilmer Flores had 2 line drives to left. They've both been caught. Brown at first and 2 out, and Loesch keeps it away from him. Flores starting his first game in a week. Tejada's been playing so well, it's been hard for Flores to get back in the lineup and trying to take advantage of his opportunity right now. Ahead in the count 2-0. Slider.
You know, every time he gets in a fastball count, he subtracts. He doesn't add. Every single time.
Another wonderful night for John Neese. Now it's 3-1. Loesch has not walked about it tonight. He struck out 3, allowed 1 run and 4 hits. The run was unearned. Jeurys Familia ready in the bullpen if needed. 3-1 to Flores, and he pops it up into shallow center for Gomez. Side retired. Neese will head back to the mound for the 8th in a 1-1 game at Citi Field. Carlin, host of Geico Sports Night, is standing by at the SNY studios in Manhattan. Chris?
League-leading ERA to 1.81, a 7-1 win over the Nationals. How about the Phillies? John Mayberry Jr., a 3-run homer as Philly completed the sweep of the Padres in a 7-3 win, only their 2nd sweep of the year. Meanwhile, the New York Rangers headed back out west. Game 5 tomorrow night in Los Angeles. Yet another elimination game for Henrik Lundqvist, who is 5-0 in those spots this postseason.
One mistake and the season is over. So you're definitely aware of that when you go out to these type of games.
Meanwhile, the Giants are awaiting word on the severity of the foot injury suffered by linebacker John Beeson today at OTAs. Beeson, 93 tackles in 12 games last year, re-signed this offseason. He had to be carted off the field. That's definitely a concern. Our highlights tonight brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV, redefining what TV can be. Let's go back to Gary. And Gary, what do I have to do to get one of those chairs in my house? Come on.
That's an awfully good question. Keith, can you answer that for Chris?
Come out to a weekend game, Chris, and they have Verizon will have people around the ballpark. They will give you a certain, I can't remember the name of it. It was like almost like a barcode, and then you go to the Verizon shop over the right center field wall where the chair is, and they will scan it, and then you are in, and you'll be in the running for being a winner.
So it's like a golden ticket.
Yes.
Willy Wonka.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
So
I think Chris was looking more for the gratis chair, Keith, the one that you would necessarily get.
So, Chris, I suggest you talk to Kurt and get permission to leave the studio on a weekend game.
0-2 to Ryan Braun, and he hits one right at Murphy down to a knee. And he throws out Braun, who's 0 for 4 tonight and just 1 for 10 in the series. So a big out for Nice to start the 8th.
Isn't that something? The Tim Hudson didn't have anything against the Mets the last time out. Game was on a roll, and he has a bounce back game.
Well, you were talking about Loesch before, right? Loesch had gave up his last start, and he's back to where he was before.
By the way, you know, Hudson's had a really good year. There's a guy in Cincinnati, Johnny Cueto, who's having a fantastic season, and that's overshadowed his much less heralded teammate, Alfredo Simon.
That's right.
Who this afternoon, 8 innings, 7 hits against the Dodgers. Simon is now 9-3 with a 2.95 ERA. Who had that in the pool?
Nobody.
Jonathan Lucroy 0 for 3. And despite that 1-2 pitching combination, the Reds are 3 games under 500. Now, of course, they had both of their stars in the middle of the lineup hurt. Bruce and Votto, they're both back now, and they're hoping to go on a run now.
They got a little happens to teams, a little postseason hangover. They went to 2 postseasons, had the Giants down, won 2 games in San Francisco and lost all 3 at their ballpark. And the same the next year, exited after the first round. Playoffs both years, they lose their manager, have a new manager. They got a little post-season kind of hangover, and they've got to get over it.
By the way, 2-0 changeup from Nice. Is that a little note out of the Kyle Loesch playbook?
He's been watching, I guess.
Lucroy 0 for 3 tonight. John has gone 3 straight starts giving up 2 earned runs or less, and not a decision in any of the 3. Another chance for Murphy. Stays on his feet this time. 2 out. You can follow every Mets game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replays, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit Mets.com today. So 2 out and nobody on in the top of the 8th. Carlos Gomez has been up 3 times, hit fly balls each time, and he has to turn out of the way of an up and in cutter and somehow held the swing. Mark Ripperger with the call.
Fairly close to the plate. Gomez.
He's going to hurt himself one of these days with all those contortions he does at the plate.
Gomez is put together. What'd you say? 6'3", 215, 220?
Yeah, he's a big guy. Everybody's so tall today. You don't look at him, but he's a big man.
They keep it in on him, and he turns on it and has himself a 2-out hit. That's the 6th Milwaukee hit. Ball gets loose briefly, but Gomez will stay put. So now Aramis Ramirez, who's responsible for the only Milwaukee run today, will come up with 2 out and Gomez at first. And here comes Terry Collins, and it looks like John Nice might be done. Nice at 97 pitches, but perhaps because Ramirez took him deep earlier tonight, it looks like he's coming out, and I don't think John had any expectation that this was going to happen.
You read his lips, didn't you?
Absolute shock on the part of John Nice that he's coming out of the game.
Well, I'm going to always side on the starting pitcher. I will always, when a pitcher's out there giving you this kind of effort, I will give him every chance to win a ball game.
By the way, that was a very nice job by David Wright to lighten the moment there. Nice was looking like he was going to have a little meltdown out there, and David made him smile.
And I'll tell you, it does cross your mind as a pitcher. You're like, why don't you take the hitters out? Don't take me out. I'm doing fine.
Wow, I'm a little surprised.
By Verizon Fios, as the Mets make a double switch here in the 8th and take Nice out of the game after 7 2/3 brilliant innings tonight. He'll leave in a 1-1 game. It'll be his 4th straight non-decision in a game in which he gives up 2 runs or fewer. Matt Dendecker will come in the game to play center field and bat ninth. And Jerry's Familia will come out of the bullpen for New York. Well, we want to thank the folks at Verizon for making it possible for us to have this limited commercial interruption game tonight. There's the ultimate fan viewing chair. And for those of you who were not with us earlier when we got a chance to step into the Mets clubhouse and ask some of the players what their favorite shows are, here's another look at what they had to say.
I'm just trying to think of 12 shows that I'm currently watching.
Swamp People, X-Men,
Game of Thrones, can't miss it.
And you got all the cartoons. There's like 5 different cartoon shows.
Treehouse Masters or something like that. That makes some pretty cool tree houses.
24. I recently came back on after a few years off.
Pawn Stars.
12 is a hard number to come up with.
Duck Dynasty.
I can't even come up with any more right now.
Changes for the Mets. Chris Young slides over from center field to left field. Matt Dendecker comes in to play center. He'll bat ninth. And the new pitcher, Jerry's Familia, will hit it sixth.
Okay, let me try to explain the move. The move is made. I don't agree with the move, but the move is made because Familia is so tough on right-handed hitters. Ramirez hit a home run off Nice earlier in the game. Collins does not want that to happen again. Okay, on the flip side, what's the tough part of this move? You have a guy who can steal bases. You have a pitcher who throws a lot of pitches that gets away from catchers. Gomez is going to try at some point to steal the base and get in scoring position.
Gomez has 11 stolen bases and 13 tries this year. Familia will keep an eye on him. Gomez, by the way, with that base hit, extended his streak of reaching base to 27 straight games, which is the longest current streak in the majors. Ramirez has been on base 3 straight times. A home run. He was then hit by a pitch and single to left his last time up. With that hard 97-mile-an-hour sinkage.
Nice call, Gare. It is some serious sinkage.
I've picked up a lot from you over the years, Keith.
We apologize.
Familia pitched in the opening game of the series. Gave up a run in his inning of work, but did well to avoid more. This was Ramirez back in the second.
That ball wasn't really, it was inside corner and around mid-thigh, but Ramirez stands off the plate and just turned on it, so tip your hat.
Your Columbia professors would be appalled that we've brought you all the way into the locker room.
There's nothing wrong with word formulation.
Just stick with me, Gary.
An evolving language.
Stick with me.
Never more so than in this booth.
Guilty as charged.
Hey, could be worse. Or more eclectic in terms of word choice. Could be working with Kruko.
Yeah, right.
There goes Gomez, and it's fouled off.
Good call, Ronnie.
And even better for the Mets and Familia. The swing there by Ramirez on a pitch that was a ball. He's so fast, he even looks in when it's not hit and run.
You see the career numbers for Aramis Ramirez.
It's a lot of RBIs.
He's been slowed by a hamstring injury this year. See if he runs again on 0-2. Not. And just got a piece of the slider. Familia struck out Ramirez in the game on Tuesday night.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Whenever you get a graphic and you're tied with Joe DiMaggio with anything, you know you've had quite a run of it. You know what's interesting is that, you know, it's 2 outs here, but Ramirez has had an unbelievable career, almost mirrored by Mr. Beltre in Texas. The signs here by Wrecker.
If he wants him to throw over.
Gomez started to run. Rucker throws behind him and gets back.
A little pitch out.
Well, what happened is Familia busted that play. How did he do it? He quick pitched, and that's what Gomez saw. Once you quick pitch to the plate, the runner realizes it and knows something's on. That's why he came back to the base. You almost have to have, as a pitcher, you have to induce him to go. Almost be slower. Slide step, fastball away. He doesn't want it.
He wants to throw his little slide ball.
He steps off.
Sinkage and slide ball. Slide step, slider.
Oh. Wants to throw the heat.
1-2 to Ramirez. There goes Gomez. Bounce to short. Flores waits on it. Ramirez not running well, and he's out easily to end the inning. So Familia gets the big out. John Neese gets another no decision, and we go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 1. Mets Padres game this Saturday, you might have heard, as part of the Mets concert series presented by Dwayne Reed. Catch 50 Cent, joined by original G Unit members, live in concert this Saturday. Visit Mets.com/concerts. Bottom of the 8th, Kyle Loesch still in there chucking. Anthony Recker fouls off his first offering. Recker's been up twice, grounded to short both times. Matt Dendecker on deck, then Daniel Murphy in the bottom of the 8th. The Brewers 1 run, 6 hits. The Mets 1 run and 4 hits. John Neese went 7 2/3. He was wonderful again tonight. And now the Mets will try and find themselves a lead in the bottom of the 8th. Henry Mejia getting ready in the bullpen. 1-1 to Recker. Henry hoping there's a save chance on the other side. Loesch only at 88 pitches. Keeps it away from Recker, 1-2.
You know, when you face a left-handed pitcher like Tommy Glavine when he was in his prime, and you try to concentrate up the middle the other way, kind of how you have to approach Loesch. He keeps throwing that slider away to the right-handers, and they keep trying to pull it. Can't do it.
Brandon Kinsler, the right-hander. Will Smith, the left-hander, up in the Brewers bullpen. 1-2 to Recker. Put away. Kyle Loesch, one of the few Native Americans playing the game of baseball at this level, from the Nomlaki Wintun tribe in California.
Northern California tribe.
Two to Recker. Up foul. The Mets have certainly played their share of close games, and it's not exactly gone their way. 8-17 in one-run games, and if you factor in 1- and 2-run games, the Mets have 23 losses, 14-23 in 1- and 2-run games. That's the most losses in games decided by 2 runs or fewer in the major leagues this year. Ball gets loose in the outfield. Where'd that come from? The bullpen?
Bullpen, yeah. Really? Well, where the door is open, sometimes there's a little crack in the armor. See that right there? Work its way through.
Well, maybe Henry airmailed one.
Hey, look at me.
2-2. Merker pops it up. Should be playable for Reynolds. 1 out. Time now for tonight's Verizon Fios trivia question. 3 left-hand pitchers who have the most wins in Mets history.
Okay, I got all 3. Like right away.
It's a layup.
It's a layup?
It's a layup. Well, you got him, right?
You have to make me feel bad.
I'm sorry. It's a layup for you. Might be a 30-footer for somebody else. Tweet your answers to SNYTV, to @SNYTV with the hashtag #ScoreWithKeithSweeps.
Really?
And one randomly selected fan will win an autographed Keith Hernandez scorecard. Again, this is if you have the answer to the trivia question, tweet your answers to @SNYTV, hashtag #ScoreWithKeithSweeps. And one fan will receive an autographed Keith scorecard.
Well, they'll be breaking down the doors for that one.
Dendecker pops one up. And this one belongs to Segura. 2 out. So Loesch rolling right along.
Are you ever asked about these things, or they just come out of nowhere?
I had no idea.
Maybe you can get some recompense like the chair.
I forgot to tell them that I throw away my scorecards. No, I'm only kidding.
We'll save tonight.
No. I actually keep them. Then get rid of them when the season's over.
Here's Murphy to score the only Met run tonight after a single and error in the 4th inning.
Murph has had problems with the strike zone all night of the home plate umpire.
Angel Hernandez calling balls and strikes. And Loesch quickly ahead 0-2. Well, Loesch had his worst start of the year his last time out. Gave up 8 runs in 5 innings in Pittsburgh. But right back on the beam tonight. Loesch lost his first start, lost his last start. In between, he made 11 starts, 7-0, 2.49.
Brewers were 9-2 in those 11 starts also. There's Rick Kranitz on the horn.
1-2 to Murphy in the dirt. First time we've seen Loesch bounce one tonight.
How about that? It's the 8th inning. First time you've seen him bounce a pitch.
I mean, that's going to be awfully comfortable for Lucroy tonight, right?
To be in a rocking chair or the Verizon chair.
The ultimate catcher's chair?
I mean, that ball only went halfway.
Murphy socks one to left and right at Chris Davis, and that retires the side. So Loesch through 8 has allowed just a run on 4 hits. And now we're going to go to the 9th. Well, we've had our limited commercial interruption game tonight. It's been a gem of a pitcher's duel here at Citi Field. John Deese, who's been a hard luck pitcher for the Mets this year, going up against Kyle Loesch. Deese with a season high 8 strikeouts over 7 2/3, and Loesch just as good with different fashion. Ramos Ramirez opened the scoring of the 2nd inning with a home run, his 7th of the year, and that's all that Deese gave up tonight. Daniel Murphy with a base hit that skipped by Carlos Gomez for an error. Mets take advantage of Bray with a sacrifice fly to tie the game in the 4th. And it has stayed tied as we move into the 9th now. And the Mets are going to stick with Jerry's Familia to start the 9th inning. Often you'll go right to your closer in the 9th inning at home in a tie game. But Familia has been so good lately and good at getting 4 or 5 outs at a time that Terry Collins is going to stay with him in the ninth.
Well, a couple of outings ago, he went, 2 1/3 innings. So, he has that ability. It looks like he's getting the handshakes or the slaps on the back, wondering if Loesch is done for the evening. It's the 4th hitter in this inning, and if he gets up in a bunt situation, I'd put him up.
Well, we'll see what Ron Renicky has in mind. Loesch at this point in his career is about a 105 pitch guy, and he's at 99 right now. Through a complete game with 93 2 starts back. Familia came on with a runner aboard in the 8th and got Aramis Ramirez to ground out to end that inning.
And if you're having a magical season as a starting pitcher, your team scores a run here. And if you're not, they don't.
Now, John Neese, with another tremendous outing tonight, has lowered his ERA to 2.54. John began the night 10th in the National League in ERA, and he'll move up a few spots with the performance tonight. His 1-loss record will stay at 3-3.
No.
Tom Seaver knew all about not getting run support.
Right. Tom used to tell me that there were some years he pitched for the Mets that a rally was a 3-1 count.
I know, I was there. Sometimes it feels that way this year. Chris Davis leads off in the 9th. Davis 1 for 2 and a walk. Reynolds and Segura will follow. 6, 7, and 8 in the Brewers batting order in the top of the 9th. Left field. Playing deep was Young, but he races in to grab it, and that's the first out. Let's check in with the studio, see what's coming up on WB Mason Postgame Live. Gary Apple and Bobby Ojeda.
All right, Gary, we thank you so much. If there's one thing I know, this guy right here, he likes good pitching. We've seen good pitching today.
We have, and I'll tell you something, almost identical games from the starters with surprisingly different approaches, and we'll show you after.
So, WB Mason, Postgame Live coming up just a little bit. See you in a little, guys.
All right, guys, we'll see you in a little or maybe a lot. Here's Mark Reynolds, who's 0 for 3. This
Cowbell Man.
Cowbell Man is a classic Flushing tradition.
He's great, by the way. I occasionally get to see him when we're leaving the ballpark, and just such a nice man.
This is not the first time in SNY history we've had a game with little or no commercial interruption. Back in 2006, Keith and I did a spring training game in Vero Beach.
Yes.
Where we had no commercial interruption.
What was the problem? Was there a problem with the truck? Or
I believe it was with the lines back to New York.
Right. And
they couldn't play commercials. So you and I did a 10-inning, 3.5-hour spring training game. I think it was the second or third game ever on the network.
And it was cold.
Freezing cold. Chilly for Florida in March.
I remember sitting around the trucks, and there was a little gully with water. There was a couple water moccasins in there. They were cold.
And Familia comes up and in and gets Reynolds for the second out.
Well, it's supposed to be away, but it's so much life on the fastball of Familia. If it's not in the strike zone, it's hard to hit.
Well, let's answer our Verizon Files trivia question. 3 lefties with the most wins in Mets history. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, Mr. Kuzman is first, of course. Sidney. And Sid and Al Leiter. Some of you probably might have thought John Matlack, but he wasn't here long enough. I think Sid and Al, I want to say, had 95, Sid 98. I think those are the numbers.
You know that because they're right behind you.
Exactly. Thank you. Forever.
Old number 99.
They were both fantastic pitchers.
Gene Segura 1 for 3 on the night. Scooter Gennett is out on deck to bat for Loesch if Segura keeps the inning going, but Familia looking in charge right now.
He's looked in charge every time he goes out there. He's just getting better and better.
Shaking the head by Loesch. This ain't happening today.
Off Familia's leg, and he runs it down in time and gets Segura to end the inning. Familia walking off appears to be all right. And the Mets will come up in the bottom of the 9th inning with a chance to win this one. With Abreu, Wright, and Duda coming up. Will Smith, who was so impressive last night, will come on to start the bottom of the 9th inning for Milwaukee.
See, they're attending to Familia.
You see where it got him?
I think it got him like in the calf or the shin, lower leg. You know, we were talking about Al Leiter and Sid Fernandez there as the left-handers with wins behind the great Jerry Koosman. Here's the comebacker here. Yeah, right off the left kind of leg shin. I will tell you at Shea Stadium, Gary, they would always put on the board most hits, most whatever, and they'd have the most wins there, and it would be Seaver and Koosman and Gooden, and I'd always be on that list. I always loved seeing that.
Well, with David Wright set to bat in the bottom of the 9th, time now for another look at a Mets memory.
Into the air to deep left field. Back goes Headley looking up, and it's out of here! David Wright ties the game with a 3-run homer. The first Met home run of their new home. Say hello to Citi Field. Citi Field. The first Met home run of their new home.
2009, David Wright christened this ballpark for the Mets. He swung the bat better tonight than he has in a while. We'll see whether he has a big at bat in him here in the bottom of the 9th against the Brewers left-hander Will Smith.
Well, Will Smith is someone that they acquired the Brewers in the offseason. Look at the numbers. Give him a left-hander in that bullpen. This bullpen has been a strength of this ball club. And as I mentioned in the open, this has always been a problem with the Brewers. Their pitching, not this year, and that's the reason why they got a 5-game lead in the National League Central.
Will Smith acquired in the trade that sent Nori Aoki to Kansas City. Wright will be up second in the inning after Bobby Abreu. But even though David has those great numbers against lefties, the Brewers have a lot of faith in Will Smith. He's been tremendous. And it looks like we're going to get Eric Campbell to bat for Abreu with the left-hander in the game.
Yep.
So Abreu, who drove in the Mets' only run tonight with a sac fly and had a base hit his last time up, will give way to Campbell. Tomorrow night, the San Diego Padres are in town to open a 3-game series. Bartolo Colon against Andrew Kashner. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock here on SNY. Mets have had 4 walk-off wins this year. The last one came a month and a day ago against the Phillies on a Ruben Tejada walk-off hit. Kyle Loesch went 8 innings, allowed an unearned run on 4 hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Great outing for Loesch, but he, like Nice, will get a no decision. And Campbell takes the first pitch on the corner, strike 1. Campbell's done well as a pinch hitter. Lays off. Eric 3 for 6 in a pinch hitting role.
Came up from AAA, red hot. He's had limited play now. It's kind of slowed down. Tough spot.
Wright and Duda to follow, and Campbell fouls it off. 1-2. The Mets have won the final game of 7 of their last 8 series at Citi Field, and trying to win this final game in their final turn. 1-2. Ground and foul. Now Smith with the 1-2, and Campbell takes it on the inside corner. Strike 3 call. Thought the slider was off the plate. Angel Hernandez said no.
Pretty good pitch. Smith's got a nice slider. See if they got the corner. Close.
So 1 out, and now David Wright. David is 1 for 3. A base hit off the wall back in the 4th inning. Got thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. But he's had some better at bats tonight. Just 2 hits in his last 29 at bats. 1 out and nobody on. And he takes a fastball on the corner. Lucas Duda waiting on deck. David's first ever at bat against Will Smith. One's away, 1-1.
He's got a good tight slider, Ronnie. Down break too. Gets some tilt down.
You're right, Keith. I think sometimes when you play in your team, you have these wild cards that you never counted on, and Will Smith has been that wild card that's made the biggest difference in that bullpen.
Well, like the Mets, the Brewers bullpen construction has not turned out the way that they planned it. They planned for Jim Henderson to be their closer. He's on the DL right now.
Thornburg did pitch a lot of innings. He's on the DL.
Josh Edgin up in the Mets bullpen.
But not only to come from Kansas City, you don't know how a guy's going to react to the new ball club, but to dominate the way he has so far, that's the difference maker.
And the Royals could afford to give him up because they've got a bunch of dominant arms in their bullpen. Smith ahead on right, 1-2, and David fouls it away.
I mean, the Mets are going to run into that issue with their talented young arms. At some point, they're going to have to use some of those to get some hitters.
That hurts.
K-Rod doing his stretching, waiting for a save chance if there is one. Wright gets under one and pops it up. Ricky Weeks waving everybody away. 2 out. So 2 out and nobody on. Lucas Duda the batter. Duda tonight is 0 for 3. 3 ground balls to the right side. And interestingly, the Brewers have changed their defense this at bat with the left-hander on the mound.
Well, you're always going to shift with a right-hander more than you will with a left-hander, because most of the pitches, think about it, are going to be away from a left-hander.
Well, he's not happy. David's getting frustrated. Been there.
Nice looking slider for a strike. 1-1. Well, David's just 2 for his last 30 now. Not a place he's used to being. Duda is 0 for his last 12. And another slider. That one misses. 2-1. Chris Young would be next. Behind Young is the pitcher's spot. Mejia is up again in the Mets bullpen. Alongside Edgin. Duda finally got a fastball, but missed it. 2-2.
Kept it away.
Yep. Lucas trying to pull it. You want to hit a home run to win the ball game? Try to pull the outside corner pitch out of the ballpark.
Well, he can hit him out to left center. We know that.
I've got Duda with no extra base hits against left-handed pitching. Heck of a time for his first one.
Now he's got a full count. The Mets, who lead the National League in drawing walks, have not drawn any walks tonight, with the control pitching of Kyle Loesch. 3-2 from Smith to Duda. And there'll be another.
You got a pitch there.
After the post game and after Oh Yeah, it's Chris Carlin and Geico Sports Night. World Cup is underway. Let's see who Chris picks. Ooh. They'll be revealing it. How? Ball 4, and the Mets have their first walk of the night. Well, the potential winning run at first with 2 out. So now Chris Young, who's 0 for 3 tonight, reached on there and stole a base back in the 5th. Young is one of a handful of Mets who had had an at-bat against Smith before this series, but only one. Playing for Oakland last year. Duda at first and 2 down. And Chris takes on the inside corner. 0-1. Ruben Tejada out on deck to bat for the pitcher, Familia, who did a wonderful job again in relief. Curveball from Smith that time. 1-1. Chris Young has 6 walk-off RBIs in his career. His last came back when he was a Diamondback in 2011. And he pulls one right along the line, and that's where Ramirez was playing from his knees. He can't throw him out. And now the potential winning run is at second. Well, they shift against Chris Young, and that had Ramirez right on the line, and that saved the Brewers.
Well, I think also, Gary, you guard the line late, tying run on first base, and you guard the line, and that might have saved the ball game right there. And Young can run, beats it clearly.
Well, you always talk about guarding the line late. That was the example why you do it.
Exactly. The ball hit to Ramirez's left is not even going to get the runner advanced to third base. Hit that hard. Down the line, ball game's over.
And now Tejada will be the pinch hitter, batting for Familia. Tejada had the last Mets walk-off hit 32 days ago against the Phillies, and looked to pick up Duda from second base with another. It's Cedar positioning his infielders and his outfielders. You don't want to play too deep against Tejada, especially with the winning run at second base.
Well, I think to the pull side, you can maybe play at a somewhat normal depth, but Chris Davis does not have a very good arm. But Tejada hit that ball to the fence last night. But on the offs, up the middle and to the right side, you've got to play shallow against Tejada.
Tejada 1 for 7 in this series. Started the first 2 games. And he hits one down to third. Easy play for Ramirez, who's going to go to first with it. And we're going to extra innings. So the Mets get a couple of men on in the bottom of the 9th. But they leave them stranded. And the Mets will go to the 10th inning. Mets are 5-5 in extra inning games this year. Looks like Josh Edgin is making his way in to pitch in the 10th inning. Well, you see what the Mets and Brewers have done in 1-run games this year, and this has been obviously a source of great consternation. Mets have suffered more walk-off losses on the road than any other team. 17 one-run losses, 23 losses by 2 runs or fewer, which is also the most in the major leagues. And it's a team that needs to get over the hump in winning these close games.
Well, if you look, I think year in, year out, most of the time, the great majority of the times, the teams that are struggling, our second division ball clubs, are going to lose the extra inning games, and the teams that are on top, first division teams, they win the extra inning game. So it's not surprising to see those numbers right there, the discrepancy between the Mets, their lack of success, and the Brewers' success.
But I think you have to, if you're a winning player and you aspire to be a winning team, you've got to look at that number and say, hey, wait a minute. we're in every game, or we're in a lot of games. So what do we have to do to get better? Well, the obvious one, of course, is 1 run here in 9 innings, is hit the ball a little better. But even more importantly, for the bullpen to really step up. And we just saw a series 10 days ago in Philadelphia that the bullpen couldn't have pitched any better with that 14, and 11 inning games in a row that really might have had an effect on the next 2 series they played in Chicago and San Francisco. But the bullpen's got to be spot on, and I think that you've got to have the ability. I know it's great to hit home runs and win games. You've got to have the ability to play for one and try to get one across.
It's interesting to listen to you two talk about that, because you've espoused the 2 different theories about 1-run games. The one theory, which is more of a sabermetric theory, is that if you lose a lot of 1-run games, you're pretty close to winning. The other theory is that bad teams lose 1-run games. Is there a little bit of element of truth in both of those?
I think there's some truth in there. Now listen, it's June 11th or 12th, whatever day it is today. You can change that up in the course of a season. There's a long way to go. You've started off bad in 1-run games. If you change it around, you're going to have a change in your season.
And also, Garrett, one last point. Usually, second division teams, extra inning games are 1-run games. That's another statistic. Teams in second division lose 1-run games. Teams in the first division, they win the 1-run games.
Eric Campbell stays at the game in right field after batting for Bobby Abreu. Josh Edgin comes in to pitch in the 10th inning, and he's been wonderful so far.
He's used much differently than he was last year when he was brought up. They saw him as a crossover lefty, a guy that could pitch multiple innings. He has not been that guy. He's 1 inning and done kind of pitcher now, 1 batter at sometimes and done.
First pitch swinging, hit out to left field. And Irving Thalou, the pinch hitter, is retired as Chris Young reels it in for the first out. And Josh Edgin has now made 14 appearances this year and retired the first batter in every one of them.
That's one of the great unknown stats that is not kept for relievers. Huge. And 1 and done here, maybe.
So Edgin throws 1 pitch, gets 1 out. Now you got the right-hand batters Weeks and Braun coming up. So Terry Collins says thank you very much. And he'll bring his closer, Henry Mejia, into the game. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. 1-1 game in the 10th. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Brought to you by Fios Quantum TV from Verizon. Redefining what TV can be. Don't miss your chance to see it for yourself in the Verizon studio at Citi Field. Enter for your chance to watch the Mets in style from the ultimate viewing chair all season long. One lucky fan will even win the chair. Fios Quantum TV, redefining what TV can be. So Henry Mejia will get the call here in the top of the 10th inning with 1 out and nobody on.
In the limited time that we've watched Henry as the closer, when he's got that extra adrenaline and he's in the close games, he's been almost without fault. It's the games that are tied or he's come in behind where that little extra adrenaline's been lacking, but certainly got to have the adrenaline here in this 1-1 ball game.
Tuesday night he came in with a 4-run lead, so a non-save situation, and pitched a 1-2-3 ninth to close out the opening game of this series. They come in here to face the top of the batting order, Ricky Weeks and Ryan Braun. So John Neese went 7 2/3, allowed a run on 6 hits, a walk, 8 strikeouts. 17th straight start for Neese, allowing 3 earned runs or fewer. That's the longest current streak in the major leagues. J. Reese Familia faced 4 batters, retired them all. Josh Edgin threw 1 pitch, got his man, and now it's in the hands of Mejia. Weeks is 0 for 3. He's also been hit by a pitch tonight. Brewers 1 run and 6 hits. The Mets 1 run and 5 hits. Brandon Kinsler on the left. Francisco Rodriguez on the right, getting ready in the Milwaukee bullpen. It's a special talent for a closer on the road to get himself ready in these games. You want to be ready if your team gets a lead, but you don't want to throw too many pitches hard to get there.
And no one's going to know better than Frankie Rodriguez, of course. This is just light throwing. What he's doing now is just getting loose so that 10 pitches away he could be in the game.
Keith, remember that 17-inning game we did in Houston? Billy Wagner got up 9 times in the bullpen because the Mets kept threatening an extra inning.
I do.
That was that game. Beltran made that great catch going up the hill, Tal's Hill at Minute Maid Park. Weeks slugs one out to center, easily playable for Dendecker. And there are 2 out. So the Met bullpen is retired. All 6 batters they've faced. And now Ryan Braun with 2 out and nobody on. Braun 0 for 4 tonight. A couple of strikeouts, a couple of groundouts. 1 for 10 in this series. Tip, 0-1. Braun has had 3 at-bats in his career against Mejia. 3 for 3.
Probably faced him in the 2010 season, right?
There's a nasty looking slider. 0-2.
Well, we know Mejia has this capability to make hitters look very bad. Good hitters look bad.
Oh, 2 to Braun with 2 out and nobody on. Wouldn't chase that one. 1-2. Jonathan Lucroy would be next. Now the 1-2, and that catches record flush. Braun, the 2011 National League MVP. Slowed by an oblique injury. One, 2. House foul. And Cedar wanted no part of it. You got to be judicious as a base coach, knowing what you can go after and what you can't.
Anything with any top spin, you let it go. Know your hitter up. If there's a broken bat involved, you got to let it go because the broken bat might be coming your way. You want, if you're the third base coach, you want that little, you know how Murph kind of sticks the bat out there? That's the one you want to make the play on.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Mejia fans Braun, who's been struck out for the 3rd time tonight. Braun suffering through an 0 for 5 night. The Mets will have the lower third of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 10th. Flores, Recker, and Dendecker. 7, 8, and 9. So Mejia gets his 2-man after edging through 1 pitch and got 1 out. Met bullpen has been flawless so far. 7 up and 7 down. So here you get into an extra inning game, and the Mets have been in plenty of them this year. Their 11th extra inning game. They had that stretch, as Ronnie mentioned, in Philadelphia, where they played 3 in a row for a ridiculous number of innings. How do the pressures change on a manager as his bullpen and his bench get shorter in these extra inning games?
Well, I think
you rely a lot on your pitching coach. I know Davey relied a lot on Mel. A lot of managers were everyday players, and Terry was. That maybe don't totally understand. I mean, I think that's why the pitching coach is so important. That series in Philadelphia, but they played 57 innings, was so unusual, and the bullpen was worn down. I don't think the Mets bullpen is worn down.
Well, we saw the picture of Worthen. You can see Ron Renicky there talking to his bench coach. We saw the picture of Worthen talking to Henry Mejia. That discussion probably is going like this. How do you feel, young man? You know, you had a pretty clean 2 outs there. Do you think you can give us another? And what response you get, then Dan Worthen will go over to Terry Collins and say, you know what, he can give us another one. He feels great. He feels alive. So those are the discussions that happen, because you have to, I don't personally believe in the Edgin coming in for 1 out, because you start to limit your bullpen. You eliminate people from your bullpen. And what happens if you go 14 or 15 innings? You've eliminated Edgin. Evelyn threw last night, the other left-hander. Familia and Mejia have been in the game. Torres pitched last night. Herman is just up from the minor leagues, and Black pitched last night. And then you look at the bench. Can Granderson play or not play? He might be a deke, and T. Garden the extra catcher. So you could really look at this as the Mets have no bench.
Right, it's true.
They have nothing left.
And also the other point, Gary, is if you go with Mejia 2 innings, suppose there's a save situation tomorrow. Mejia had the surgery a couple years ago. They were limiting him his innings pitched. Would he be able to go tomorrow? You got to think ahead as well as present.
Brandon Kinsler will come on to pitch the bottom of the 10th. Well, what do you call that color exactly? Is that a
don't ask me. You're looking at the
not a magenta. It's
no, it's
brighter
not.
than that. Chartreuse?
No, it's not fuchsia, Bill. That's our director in the truck.
Just direct them away from colors.
Wilmer Flores will lead off in the home 10th inning. Flores 0 for 3. Twice lined to left, then flied out to center. Mets have had just 5 hits tonight. They had 5 hits last night. They had 5 hits the night before. It's a hard way to travel.
You see the defense right there. Remember, Ramirez was guarding the line. Off that ball down the line was hit with a bullet.
Off the mound, and Weeks is there to play it. 1 pitch, and Flores is retired to start the bottom of the 10th. So 1 out now, Anthony Recker, who's grounded out twice and fouled out to first, 0 for 3. Well, Granderson's got a bat in his hands again. It's going to be a while till the pitcher spot comes up again. Tejada made the last out, batting for the pitcher in the 9th. Matt Dendecker's sitting 9th in the order. He's on deck. And Recker pulls one toward the hole, a base hit. So Recker's aboard for the first time tonight. And the Mets snap that streak of 5. They've got 6 hits tonight.
Well, kind of guarding the line, Ramirez. Not an extra base hit you want to give up. And he wasn't that far. He wasn't really guarding the line that much. But playing very deep.
Keith, he's not moving well right now.
He's not moving at all with that hamstring. You're right.
So now Recker, the potential winning run at first with 1 out for Dendecker, who's up for the 2nd time. Popped up to short and is only at bat in the 8th. Dendecker yanks 1 foul.
3 pitches, 3 swings, an out, a hit by Recker, and now a foul ball by Dendecker.
Now, is that residual after facing Loesch for 8 innings?
I think that extra innings bring some different kind of play, Gary. Guys are aggressive. The game plan has been thrown out the window. It's like somehow put together 3 hits and score a run.
Well, in the case of Dendecker, I mean, he's a kid who's always been able to hit home runs. He hit one last year in the big league. He's got to be thinking, right, I'm going to hit a walk-off home run.
You know what? If I looked at this outfield right now playing so deep, I say to myself, you know what? If I get a gap, Recker scores, or we're second and third with one out. We're going to win this game.
Gap is game over.
Yeah.
Well, now he's got to protect with 2 strikes. Kinsler misses upstairs.
I mean, even the home run hitters, or the guys I've met that are home run hitters, I love to ask this question. How many times did you go up there just trying to hit a home run? The great home run hitters, they'll say they can count on one hand the time when they just went up there and just thought home run.
Zach Duke up in the bullpen. Yeah, but for a younger player, he must do it more.
Right? I'm sure.
Double. Just as sweet.
Well, he strikes out. So Kinsler has his first strikeout. There are 2 out in the inning.
Well, Kinsler was on the DL this year with a strained rotator cuff, but he's come back and is throwing better than ever. Las Vegas, Nevada native. Good sinking fastball and that good backdoor slider that he threw there to Dendecker.
So 2 out. Recker at first, and now Murphy up for the 5th time.
That's a universal baseball sign of nothing over your head.
Over your head, correct. And that was the outfield playing very deep for Murph.
Murph's hit the ball hard all night. 1 for 4, but a couple of line drive outs mixed in. Sinker misses for ball 1.
Basically straight up. I mean, I don't understand the defensive placement here. Both corner outfielders playing as if it's a left fielder, a left-hand pull hitter, right fielder as if it's a left-hand pull hitter. And look at Gomez straight away. It was huge gaps in right and left center.
That one sails. 2-0. Eric Campbell hitting second in the order, waiting on deck. Murphy in his initial stint as a leadoff hitter this season. Hoping to be the leadoff and the ender. Now it's 3-0. Would you think about giving him a green light?
I would give him a green light. He's hot. And you know what? In this situation, Gary, you don't have to look middle in to try to hit a 2-run home run. The pitcher's going to keep it away. Why don't you look away and put a gapper in the left center field?
And Murphy takes a strike, 3-1. Recker at first and 2 out. 3-1 coming to Murphy. And he walked him, and that pushes the winning run to second base.
Well, that was an interesting pitch by Kinsler. He decided to go with a backdoor slider on a 3-1 pitch to Murphy, which tells me one thing. He wants to face Campbell instead of Murphy. But what he's done is put up the winning run in scoring position.
Now a single could beat you.
Yep. I agree.
He's from Las Vegas.
You can think you can outsmart yourself.
He's bucking the odds.
Rolling the dice.
Yes.
Kinsler was awfully good for the Brewers last year. 71 games. He had a great season for them. A whip of 1.06.
That sign right there by Cedar. Shorten it up, guys. If it's a base hit, you got to be able to throw Recker out.
Now, Recker's not fast, but if he gets going, you can get him home on a base hit.
Well, he's got the advantage of 2 outs. He'll be running on contact.
And Campbell takes a strike. Eric came up as a pinch hitter for Abreu in the 9th inning and went down looking.
The other thing is the defense for the Milwaukee Brewers. Maybe they're just tired. They're not holding Recker on at all, so he can get as much of a lead as he wants.
Weeks giving him only a cursory glance. It's down. 1-1 to Campbell. David Wright would be next. And Luke Roy, who has not had to do this all night, heads out to the mound to talk to his pitcher.
Well, different pitcher in Kinsler. Different guys who come on the mound. Some of them need more talking to, more kind of, like when you have to burp a baby. It's kind of like that with some pitchers. They need to be kind of walk through this whole thing, as opposed to Loesch kind of does it on his own.
Yeah, he was a little more involved. Recker and Murphy aboard with 2 out. 1-1 bottom of the 10th. And Campbell bounces one slowly right to the bag, and that retires the side. So the Mets get a runner in scoring position in the 9th. They get a runner in scoring position in the 10th. And we will head off to the 11th with the Mets and Brewers still tied 1-1. Looks like Henry Mejia, who got 2 outs to end the 10th, will stay on for the 11th. Well, our limited commercial interruption game, which has brought rain, also allows us to learn a little more about some of the Mets players. Curtis Granderson recently sat down with our friends from Mets Insider to discuss a variety of topics, including one of the biggest adjustments during his first year as a Met.
I think the biggest thing is no matter how young the team happens to be, the excitement level, the energy, the confidence. It was one of the things that right away that I was like, man, you know, I would go from one of the youngest guys in the Yankee team to one of the oldest guys here on the Mets. And how's it going to be?
Granderson's hit 64 home runs in this ballpark.
65! Out of here!
The confidence is still there. That's really the only difference is the age, but everything else is still the same. It's fun. That's where you want to be. You know, you want to know that you have an opportunity to impact the game one way or the other.
Down the right field line, over goes Granderson toward the sidewall. He makes the catch! What a play!
That it's close, that your team has done everything they can to put themselves in a situation to win, and now you get a chance to help your team to go ahead and hopefully be victorious.
And he pulls one under Jones, and the Mets win it!
Just continue to have fun and have confidence. The support from the fans and the community is definitely going to be beneficial for us. And everybody inside that clubhouse and in that locker room and in the front office, go ahead and continue to put forth the effort, continue to challenge themselves, and continue to set the bar high. And everything's possible. We still have a lot of baseball left to play. It's been fun, it's been exciting, and there's a lot left to come.
Henry Mejia took the mound for the top of the 11th inning, started to warm up. And Terry Collins and the trainer Ray Ramirez have come to the mound, and they are taking Mejia out of the game. So a very unexpected turn of events here, and Gonzalez Herman will come in to replace Mejia, and there has to be great concern about this trip to the dugout. Mejia got the final 2 outs in the 10th inning, a fly ball from Weeks, a strikeout of Braun. Terry Collins was fully expecting him to face the heart of the Brewers batting order in the 11th inning, but it's not to be, and Mejia will head off to the trainer's room.
Well, this is the warm-up in between, and you can see, I don't know if it's arm-related. He kind of hopped like it might have been leg-related, which is a better sign for your pitcher, but still bad sign here for Terry Collins and his crew, having to go to the bullpen again.
Certainly did not seem to be limping as he walked off, but sure we'll find out more later. Meanwhile, Gonzalez Herman, who had not been warming up, will get as much time as he needs to get himself ready to pitch this 11th inning. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. We'll be right back to Citi Field. On the disabled list, he had a virus and an abscess, and after working his way back through some minor league rehab starts, this will be his first appearance since returning.
You know what's interesting about Gonzalez Herman is that with Scott Rice being sent down and Gonzalez being activated, you say to yourself you lose a left-hander. But Herman's best pitch is his changeup, and he really is one of the crossover pitchers in the bullpen for the Mets. He can both get right-handed hitters and left-handed hitters out equally.
His last appearance in the major leagues was May the 5th in Miami, so more than 5 weeks out of big league action for Gonzalez Herman. returns to action unexpectedly here in the 11th inning after Henry Mejia is forced to leave because of an apparent injury. Well, the Met bullpen's been perfect so far tonight. Familia, Edgin, Mejia, they've combined to retire all 7 batters to face them, but now Herman gets a big assignment facing the heart of the Milwaukee batting order in the 11th.
And the last 2 pitchers that you have in the bullpen pitched in yesterday's ball game, Vic Black and Carlos Torres.
Are you saying that Anthony Recker may get his opportunity tonight?
No, not in a tie game. Well, absolutely not at home.
He came awfully close a couple of times in Philadelphia to taking them out. He was the next guy in a couple of those long games.
Dice K put the spikes on.
Dice K went 6 innings 2 nights ago. But he's a guy who has shown he's able to pitch multiple games. I would think that Carlos Torres will be the horse in this game because he's proven over and over that he can pitch multiple days, multiple innings.
Well, that's pretty quick getting loose for Herman. He had thrown in the bullpen a little bit, so he was at least lukewarm when he came in.
You always worry in these situations, though, especially with a younger pitcher. Got everybody waiting for him. Feels a little pressure to get ready faster than he should, and that he might not throw enough.
Yeah, exactly. And you're always worried about that. That's why you need maybe the pitching coach to make sure that he throws a maximum of pitches.
Jonathan Lucroy will lead off the 11th inning against Herman. Lucroy is 0 for 4 tonight. It'll be Lucroy, then Gomez and Ramirez for the Brewers in the 11th. And Herman gets the first pitch fastball in for a strike. Lucroy began the night 2nd in the National League in batting, 6th in on-base percentage. Held in check all night by John Neese. He had 1 ball hard, a scorching liner to shortstop back in the 6th. Neese was wonderful tonight. 7 2/3, 1 run, 6 hits, a walk, 8 strikeouts, and another no decision. It's been the story of his season. Changeup yanked foul, 1-2.
If you're trying to teach your young people how to pitch, the show just lotioned Neese and the job they did today. They got another one. The family got another one.
Oh, wow. So now each little girl will go home with a baseball.
That's perfect. What a day at the park.
You never know.
Oh, how sweet.
Oh, that's the nicest thing I've ever seen. We already got one. Here, you have one.
That's sweet.
That was awesome.
Family of the year, and it's only June.
Maybe she likes the young man.
If that's her dad or grandpa, they should be so proud of her.
Yes.
What a nice thing.
That was very sweet. Very giving. Oh, Dad's going, what'd you do?
That's.
You what? You gave the ball away?
He's already got his Father's Day present.
That's it. Lucroy chases one out of the strike zone. And Herman fans the first man he's faced in the big leagues in more than 5 weeks.
Well, this is a good hitter and a good player that catches and has been out there for 10 innings swing.
And now it starts to rain.
Why not?
It was drizzling before, but we've had the threat of thunderstorms in the area all night, and they finally arrived. And they're going to stop the game and put the tarp on the field at 10:04 p.m. with 1 out in the top of the 11th inning, and the game tied 1-1.
It's going to pass.
Well, it will at some point.
Well, Gary Cedarstrom is the crew chief, the third base umpire. And the grounds crew, I don't think, is ready to roll the tarp. This is interesting. The players are coming off the field. The umpires stopped the game, and the grounds crew wasn't ready. Kevin, could you go help them? Kevin, the adjunct member of the ground crew, might be pressed into tarp duty.
They can play in this.
I mean, it was incredibly heavy, and it's gotten lighter since then, but it's still raining pretty hard.
Well, you don't want to wait too long and have the puddles start forming on the infield dirt. Now they're going to bring an updated weather forecast to the umpires.
You're saying, what are you doing, man?
This is really odd.
What are you guys doing? You guys ever heard of the game Pinochle? What do you got on your computer, Keith? Does it look bad? Or?
It's going to come up. No, it's coming from the south.
Okay.
And now the guy with the radar is going to come out and show the umpires that this is only a passing shower.
It's going to pass quickly. It's moving quick. It's just going to pass.
Well, Gary Cedarstrom, as we said, is the crew chief. That's the larger man with his hands on his hips. Angel Hernandez, the home plate umpire, waved everybody off the field. I don't know whether he had any concurrence when he did that.
Well, the umpire's in charge. I know it's done differently now because you listen to the grounds crew.
And they're going to bring the team back on the field. I don't think I've ever seen this happen before. Umpire waves the teams off the field. Grounds crew said, we're not putting the tarp on the field. And the umpires give in to the grounds crew with the better weather knowledge. And the Mets come right back out.
Where's the guy with the bag? Maybe we can go to replay.
Can you review a rain delay?
Let's review the rain delay.
Can you challenge a rain delay?
I want to challenge it.
Do you get one challenge on a rain delay, or if you're successful, do you get another?
It's really almost like a half a challenge. You don't even get a full challenge.
Who made the initial call to get everybody out?
I think I did not see Cedarstrom, who is the crew chief, make a signal. It looked like Angel did that on his own.
Because that's not his call. It's the crew chief.
Well, I don't want to say for sure that that's true.
Guys, in my new groundskeeping expertise, I would say let's just play this thing.
Kev, you have done work above and beyond the call of duty tonight, including your groundskeeping experience.
It's been fun.
I think you should take the rest of the night off.
You know, hopefully the night doesn't last too much longer.
Hey, Kevin, the grounds crew was not out there when summoned by the umpires. What were you guys doing? Playing mahjong down there?
We were actually playing Pong back in the back room.
There we go.
As long as it's not beer pong, you're fine.
So after a rain delay of 3 minutes, the shortest rain delay in the history of Major League Baseball, it's got to be, right?
Yes.
We will resume. Stopped at 10:04. It's 10:07 now, and we're about to get back underway.
So happy when we set records.
Carlos Gomez, the batter, 1 out and nobody on. It's still raining. And the changeup up and in for ball 1. So that is officially a 3-minute rain delay.
It's not that bad, though.
No.
I mean, it really is. It's a heavy mist right now.
It always looks like it's raining harder on television.
Oh,
that's those folks.
Herman's having a little trouble getting the mud out of his spikes. And that first pitch looked like it might have been affected by the wetness. Gets that one over for a strike. By the way, we have word on Henry Mejia. Mejia left the game because of back stiffness. So not his arm, but his back. Forced him out. Brought Herman into the game. There's a nice looking fastball to get him ahead on Gomez, 1-2.
You know, the rain is enough because Gomez hasn't swung yet.
Gomez 1 for 4 tonight. And he goes down swinging. 2 down. So a strikeout before the rain delay and a strikeout after the rain delay for Gonzalez Herman.
He's got a terrific changeup.
See Gomez slip on the plate there.
12 strikeouts for Met pitching tonight. So 2 out and nobody on for Ramirez, who hit a home run back in the second inning for the Brewers' only run, and he pulls this one foul into the diminishing crowd.
Rain's already lightening up a little bit, guys.
The Mets will have Wright, Duda, and Young coming up 3, 4, and 5 at the bottom of the 11th. Mets bullpen has faced 9 batters and retired them all with 4 strikeouts. And Herman dents the corner, 1 and 2.
Is the chair covered? That's really all I care about at this point.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
1-2 from Herman. Popped up. Duda into foul ground. Side retired. First outing back from the disabled list. Herman gets the job done. Now Wright, Duda, and Young will come up for the Mets in the bottom of the 11th. We check into the studio and Chris Carlin.
Thanks, Gary. And tonight's highlights are brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV, redefining what TV can be. Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies hit his 12th home run of the season in a 10-3 win over the Braves this afternoon. All 12 of his home runs this year have come out of the leadoff spot to lead Major League Baseball. Also today, the Red Sox hosting the Indians this evening. Big Papi going big fly, taking Josh Tomlin deep. 50th of the year for David Ortiz. 5-2 Sox, bottom of the 8th. And the Pirates and the Cubs in Pittsburgh. Pirates up 2-0 until Andrew McCutchen plants it in left center field. That'll score 2. But McCutchen slides in there and then ends up getting thrown out at home. Pirates with a 4-0 lead. Our highlights have been brought to you by Verizon Fios Quantum TV, redefining what TV can be. WB Mason postgame live coming up right after the game, and then stay tuned for the premiere of Oh Yeah. Gary, back to you.
Oh yeah, pretty good acting, Chris.
Bucco's beating up on Jeff Samardzija tonight a little bit.
That'd be 2 in a row bad starts for him.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, right?
Yeah.
The grounds crew doing some work on the mound before Brandon Kinsler goes back out for a second inning of work. By the way, in that Colorado-Atlanta game, you saw Charlie Blackmon hit the home run, but what happened late in that game was interesting. Corey Dickerson was at the plate for Colorado. His follow-through on his swing knocked the mask off Gerald Laird. The next pitch from David Carpenter, he hit Dickerson with a pitch, and some hard feelings ensued on both sides. Walt Weiss came sprinting out and was screaming at Carpenter.
Yeah, well, listen, there's no one in the game that ever intentionally takes a backswing to hit the catcher. 2 things happen when you hit the catcher with your backswing. One, the catcher sometimes can be a little too close to the hitter. But second, and most importantly, it's usually because the pitch has fooled the hitter, and the hitter ends up with just one hand on the bat and ends up hitting the catcher. It's never, well, I've never seen it intentionally anyways. So to hit Dickerson seems strange to me. Now Machado, who hit the catcher Norris twice and did not say anything, and in fact kind of laughed, well, that's a guy you can draw.
And then he threw the bat.
Well,
trying to hit somebody, apparently.
I think all of us have heard and know about Manny Machado, one of the gentlemen of the game. I don't know what has happened to him the last week, but he has lost it. Very unusual. I don't get it.
By the way, do you remember the 1972 American League Championship Series when Bert Campaneris threw his bat at Larrin LeGros?
That's right. I remember it because I remember my father was ballistic because he couldn't believe that Campaneris, who you would call him, he said, that's just, you cannot do that. You cannot throw the bat at a...
He threw it, and LeGros around, I played with Larrin. Yeah. And Larrin's around 6'7". He ducked, and that bat went over his head.
It went helicopter.
Oh, my gosh. It was a missile. Could have killed him.
I mean, that and the Johnny Roseboro clubbing Juan Marichal over the Juan Marichal clubbing Johnny Roseboro over the head with a bat.
Yep,
those are the 2 worst things I've ever seen.
Yeah, you just can't use the bat in any way.
That incident kept Juan out of the Hall of Fame for a bit.
He only got suspended for 8 games. Can you imagine if that happened today? Clubbing a player over the bat, you'd be banned for life.
Well, I was just thinking, right? Machado is supposed to be one of the faces of this game. If he had, with that throw of the bat, hit the pitcher and injured the pitcher, he'd have been thrown out of the game maybe forever. At least for a year.
Suspended for a lengthy period of time.
I mean, but I'm talking about hitting the pitcher and hurting him, or the third baseman. He would have been thrown out of baseball.
So here's David Wright leading off the bottom of the 11th in a 1-1 game, facing Brandon Kinsler, who starts his second inning. David's 1 for 4 tonight. Takes the slider off the plate for ball 1. David popped up his last time up in the 9th inning. He's got great numbers in extra innings, including 8 walk-off RBIs in his career. He has 1 walk-off home run that came 6 years ago against Heath Bell at Shea Stadium. Zach Duke staying ready with Lucas Duda due up next.
That's Lee Tunnell, the pitching coach.
Did you see Lee Tunnell has his laptop out there? And that's how he's going over the kind of who to expect he's going to face. Oh, it wasn't a laptop, just a notebook. I'm sorry, I thought it was a laptop.
3-0 coming to right, and he takes it for a strike. Are you allowed to have a laptop in the dugout of the bullpen?
I wouldn't think so. My bad, guys. I apologize.
I mean, at some point they will allow that, but they haven't gotten to that point yet. 3-1 to David. And he ignores ball 4, and the Mets get the leadoff man on in the bottom of the 11th. Second walk given up by Kinsler. So Loesch went 8 innings, didn't walk a batter. Now in 2 innings plus, the Brewers bullpen has walked 3. So now Duda. They got the left-hander ready, but it does not look as though Duke is coming in to face Duda.
He's come in to face him twice in this series.
Duda walked against the left-hander Will Smith in the 9th. Lucas 0 for 3 on the 9th. Right the winning run at first with nobody out. Backhanded by Lucroy, 1-0.
Well, Kinsler keeps looking at the mound. If it's a problem, fix it.
Yeah, don't be an alibi Ike. If it's not playable, make sure someone comes in and fixes it.
It's like where his plant foot is when he strides. If it's a problem, fix it. Dig a hole for yourself.
Brown's crew was just out there before the inning began. Chris Young on deck. Pitcher spot behind him. And Duda takes a strike. 1-1. Well, this time the ground crew is ready if we get some more rain.
The game's Mahjong's done.
We had a 3-minute rain delay at the top of the inning. Novelty. 2-1 to Duda. Lucroy looks like he's having trouble back behind the plate. Like he's slipping and sliding around.
Yeah.
Anderson with a helmet on, talking to Bob Guerin. How to protect Granderson if he pinch hits, you know, with a calf problem.
Well, you'd have to have one of the maybe starting pitchers ready to run.
There goes Wright. Duda swings and misses. Lucroy too late. And Wright moves that winning run into scoring position with his 4th stolen base of the year.
Good time to steal. This was ball 3. Lucas has got to shorten up now, RJ, and the focus has got to be either you drive him in by pulling the ball or you advance the runner.
David almost hurt himself. When you have that muddy ground, you go to slide. Sometimes you stick in the dirt. That's what happened to David. He's having a little bit of a laugh about it.
So now it's 2-2 to Duda. And David rotating that left arm. Still a little shaken. Potential winning run at second and nobody out here in the bottom of the 11th. 2-2 to Duda. Little roll into the right side. That'll get the job done. So Duda moves right over to third, and now the Mets are a fly ball away from a win.
And some decisions for Ron Renicky, the manager here. I personally, with a right-hander, with Chris Young struggling, I would pitch to him. Bring the infield and outfield in.
Well, you got Granderson out on deck to pinch hit for the pitcher behind Young. And then you have Flores behind Granderson.
Right. So Granderson, if it gets to Granderson, he's going to be walked.
Or Zach Duke will come in if they're able to get by Chris Young.
Of course, the other option would be to walk Young and Granderson and go after Flores with the bases loaded.
What's Braun doing? Oh, he's bringing another infielder in.
But Kinsler.
Oh, they're going to go with the 5-man
They're going to go with the big infield, yeah.
So Braun comes in from right field, and he's going to play on the right side of the infield.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting. He won't change his glove. He's got the outfielder glove in the infield. Wouldn't you want a little smaller glove?
Whereas Braun came up as an infielder. He was a third baseman when he first began his big league career.
So an overload on the left side of the infield.
So Weeks, the second baseman, moves over to the left side. Braun playing on the right. 2 outfielders, 5 infielders. Winning run at third, 1 out. And Young slashes 1 foul. Well, you see this tried every now and again. Mets did it a number of years back in L.A. with Beltran coming in.
The only way you can do it is you have an outfielder, 1, who can play the infield, and 2, you've got tremendous speed in the outfield. At least one of your outfielders, and of course Gomez is that man.
You got Gomez in right center and Davis in left center, and that's it. 0-1 to Young. Well, the other part about it is they're basically giving Chris Young right field. And Chris Young this year has not done a very good job of taking right field.
But Kinsler's countering with those sinkers down and in. Almost impossible to hit the other way. The other pitch he can counter with was the breaking ball to get Chris Young to pull it.
1-1 to Chris.
Good eye.
2-1. Young had an infield hit, a smash that Ramirez made a great diving stop on in the 9th inning.
Up the middle, Keith, right? Your only thought? Up the middle.
Up the middle and liftage. Get a little liftage on it. Fly ball wins the ball game.
Right at third and 1 out. 1-1 bottom of the 11th. And Young lays off. It's 3-1.
They walk Young. They're going to pinch it. Granderson. They're going to walk the bases loaded and let the young Mr. Flores try to win the ball game.
You know what happened the last time the bases were loaded with Flores?
I wouldn't want to face Granderson, even though hasn't had success over his career against left-handers. I don't want a veteran up to beat me in this situation.
3-1. Inside, ball 4, so Young draws the walk. Well, the one thing about pitching to Granderson in this spot, he's got the bad leg. So you can play for the double play and think that you might be able to double him up on balls that you normally wouldn't be able to double him up on.
And now they might put the shift on the right side of the infield if they do opt to pitch to him.
If they're going to pitch to him, you got to bring in a left-hander.
So they plan to walk him.
Yeah, that's the right move. You set up a force on all the bases, home plate, and you'd rather have a young player beat you than the veteran.
So Granderson, who was held out of the lineup tonight because of a tweak to his left calf during last night's game, will apparently get the intentional walk here. And it will be left in the hands of Wilmer Flores to try and win it for the Mets here in the bottom of the 11th. So Terry Collins talking to Zach Wheeler. We might get him to pinch run for Granderson.
He's their best athlete and best runner.
And
by far.
Of course, the only way he comes into play is if you're trying to break up a double play at second base, and you really don't want Wheeler doing that, do you?
You don't want. It's all about the calf of Granderson. They don't want him to hurt his calf. Busting hard on a double play ball, and he tears his calf. Get Ronnie in uniform. This is Ronnie's job.
Not anymore, my man.
And there's ball 4, so Granderson goes to first, and Wheeler will run for him. I guess my question is, though, if you have a double play ball and a close play at second, do you want Wheeler going in hard to break it up?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You become a ball player, Gary. I know that. You know, I know everyone's treated with kid gloves now, but you know, are you a ball player? Are you trying to win the game?
Agreed.
So act like a ball player. I mean, that's how it goes.
So now, do you stay with 5 infielders if you're the Brewers here? I mean, does that confuse a double play situation? Do you bring the infield in, or do you leave them back at halfway double play depth?
It appears they're going to stay with it. Now, it wouldn't confuse, Gary, because you're going to have 2 corner infielders. Now, if they're going to go with the extra infielder, they're going to probably have Segura and Weeks as the corner. They're not. They're going to have Braun turn to 2.
Yeah, you got Braun close to the bag there on the left side.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Very good, Keith.
You got to have your shortstop
who's used to turning two. Braun is not used to it.
You know what? They're going to have him throw home.
Yep, it's home to first.
Yep.
It's home to first.
The only guy they've got halfway is Weeks.
Yep. Why, I don't know.
So it's left in the hands of Flores, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Brewers with a 5-man infield, 2-man outfield. Right the winning run at third with 1 out. Kinsler to Flores. And Wilmer takes a fastball for a strike. If Flores can't get the job done, Anthony Recker would be next. Kinsler's issued 4 walks, 1 intentional, and an inning and a third. And Wilmer grounds one to the right side. Coming home is Reynolds. Gets the force there for the second out. So right is forced. 2 out. Young is now at third. And it's left in the hands of Recker.
Mets continue to struggle with the bases loaded.
Well, Flores had a grand slam in Philadelphia, but this time just a weak ground ball, leaving the Mets 11 for 65 with the bases loaded this year. So now Recker, who had a base hit his last time up in the 10th. Trying to get Young home with the winning run. Wheeler at second, Flores at first. Recker 1 for 4 on the night. And he takes it wide, ball 1. Mets have an on-deck hitter, but they needn't. Recker will be the last man in the inning. Either he wins it, or we go to the 12th. There's a strike, 1-1. Carlos Torres, if there's a 12th. Recker trying to save Torres the trouble.
Kinsler with the Al Leiter. You see Kinsler shaking his hand like he has a blister problem. Al Leiter, I meant, by jumping up and trying to clear his spikes of the mud.
1-1 coming to Recker. Well outside, 2-1.
Well, Recker took a 2-1 fastball. Should be ready for fastball here.
Brandon Kinsler staggering through his second inning of relief. And Recker takes on the corner, 2-2. Pitch has been a strike all night.
Yeah, he's been giving that pitcher, the Angel Hernandez, that is, the outside corner, that borderline outside corner. He's been consistent.
It's not a bad pitch to take, though. There's nothing you can do with that pitch. Perfect.
Young carries the winning run at third base. Two and 2 to Recker. Strike 3 call. And that time the plate got a little wider, and Recker's been thrown out of the game.
Out in this kind of game.
That's Angel. Angel's got a quick fuse.
Well, Recker complaining that Hernandez has had a wide strike zone all night, made it a little wider, and he's getting himself in trouble now. And Tim Teufel tries to steer him away, and Terry Collins will come out to take up the case.
That I thought was low.
And so we're going to the 12th, but without Anthony Recker, who's been ejected from the game. Well, the Mets had one player left on their bench, Taylor Teagarden, and now he's forced into service with Recker heading off to the clubhouse.
I thought the ball was low.
Still can't get thrown out in an extra inning game with one guy on the bench. Can't do it.
Oh, and Recker, a very strong man, disposes of the lumber. So Carlos Torres will come into pitch. Taylor Teagarden will come into catch. We're going to the 12th at Citi Field, a 1-1 game. Last night, but he's the Mets' rubber arm out of the bullpen. He's right back out there for the 12th inning in a 1-1 game.
They should just give him the nickname the Bear, because he's the guy that you go to when you have no one else.
Taylor Teagarden will come into catch with Anthony Recker having been ejected from the game. So I would assume they'll put the pitcher in the 8 hole and have Teagarden hit in the 6th spot, which is where the pitcher had been. So the Mets are now out of bench players and running out of bullpen arms. And I would think that Torres is in for the long term, however long that might be.
I mean, the most innings you can get from Mr. Black is 2 innings, right, Gary? I mean, the absolute most. So,
well, Black has worked each of the last 3 games. Now, it was a day off there on Monday, but still, it's hard to believe he'll go more than 1 tonight. And obviously, they're trying to stay away from him altogether, otherwise he'd be in now. So Chris Davis leads off the 12th. Mets bullpen has been tremendous tonight, 10 up and 10 down. Davis flied out to left against Familia in the 9th. He's 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. Familia went an inning in the 3rd. Edgin faced 1 batter. Mejia faced 2 before Henry was forced to leave with back stiffness. Herman a 1-2-3 11th in his return from the disabled list. And now Torres, and he gets an ugly swing from Davis, 1-1. Mark Reynolds on deck. Gene Segura behind him. The Brewers have plenty of bench left. They've got 4 players left on their bench, and most of their bullpen intact as well. Curveball popped up. Flores at right. Flores makes the grab, 1 out. Now the bullpen has been taxed tonight. Danny Eveland and Vic Black, the only arms left out there.
Sorry, Mr. Eveland. I said Black was the last one left. That's not true.
And the Mets have used their entire bench now with the ejection of Recker. Granderson used a pinch hit, was intentionally walked. They've even used a starting pitcher as a pinch runner. So the Mets have almost exhausted their resources.
Mark Reynolds cannot touch an up and in fastball.
Reynolds 0 for 4 tonight with a couple of strikeouts. Each team with a run on 6 hits, and we're in the 12th inning. Toward the middle of the diamond, and that'll go through for a base hit. Torres wisely got his pitching hand out of the way. So that is the first base runner against the Mets bullpen after they had retired 11 straight.
I don't think I want to do that.
I can say in all the innings I ever pitched, I never did that once.
Really?
Not once.
Well, because you were so quick with your glove, you would have backhanded.
I don't know about that, but I just never ever did that.
Here's Segura. Fouls back the cutter.
He's got a good swing at times, right? I mean, he had 290. He was an all-star last year. He was the toast of baseball, and has lost his way a little bit. You know, the league makes an adjustment on you, and then you got to make that next adjustment, and he's in the middle of it right now.
A little bit of an overswing. He really takes a rip. He's not a home run hitter.
Just 4 hits in his last 33 at bats. 1 for 4 tonight.
And he reaches for it and gets it past Duda into right field. Reynolds will go first to third, and the Brewers have the go-ahead run at third with 1 out. Second hit of the night for Segura, and the Brewers have the table set.
Just out of the reach of Lucas.
How many times do you see it in these extra inning games? You've got your opportunity, you don't take advantage of it, and the other team just comes right back at you.
Now Scooter Gennett will be the pinch hitter. Gennett started the first 2 games of this series with 3 for 8, and the Mets are going to meet at the mound. This is a classic squeeze bunt situation.
Yes, it is.
For the Brewers.
Well, and in fact, not even the squeeze sometimes. They like to put on where they have a little speed at the plate. Gennett, he tried to lay down a real good bunt where the guy on third base will just see it and recognize it as a good bunt and just score. It can't be defensed. The problem is Reynolds can't run. He doesn't have any speed there, so it makes the play a little more difficult.
If you're going to run a squeeze, you have to run a suicide squeeze.
Yes.
With a guy.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And coming up next on SNY, WB Mason post-game live, and then the premiere of, oh yeah. I'm sorry, Keith, I didn't mean to.
It's all right. You're becoming very Shakespearean.
If this lasts till 2 o'clock, it'll be like this. Oh yeah.
Oh.
I believe Gennett's going to be swinging the bat, guys.
You do.
He had a good. He's swung the bat that's good the whole series, the first 2 games.
Mets are going to bring Murphy and Flores most of the way in at second and short. First and third and 1 out, 12th inning. And Gennett takes the cutter at his feet for ball 1.
And the Mets' only strong arm in the outfield is in center field, and Dendecker.
You got speed at first and Segura. Would they think about trying to swipe a base with him?
I don't know. You'd like to keep that hole open, wouldn't you, for Gennett on those cutters down and in?
There he goes, and it's fouled off. So Segura was on his way.
He's going to go again because neither Murph or Flores covered, so they're giving him the bag.
I would still. Well, you got to stay away from 2. Yes.
And now Teagarden stepping out in front of the plate and giving some signs to the infield about how they're going to handle Segura if he takes off again.
And if he gets thrown out, shame on him.
Well, you can't get thrown out.
No, so I would anchor him right there. I would give him a no-go sign.
But the Mets aren't covering.
At least they didn't on the first one. Not going, and it's too high. 2-1.
Well,
the thing about it is, if he goes, you got Ricky Weeks on deck. It's not as fast as he used to be. Would you think about walking the left-hand batter?
You could. That's a tough choice for Renicky right there, Ron Renicky. That would be a tough choice. Ron Renicky's hoping right now that his left-hand hitter gets a pitch that he can handle and get a fly ball, and he got Frankie ready to come in and close it. That'll make his job very easy.
And Segura, a closer play that time, gets back.
And the Mets are playing in such a way, and Torres has got a good move. He's quick, can't fall asleep.
Segura is just too loose over there.
This is one of those times up the middle that you're going to have to turn 2. It's been a problem.
2-1 to Gennett. There goes Segura, and it's bounced foul.
He's got to wait to 3-2 now.
Let me ask you a question about turning a double play. Are Murphy and Flores too shallow to turn a double play at second?
I know they can get there.
Yeah.
But I think, Gary, that's the go-ahead run right there. You can't play. If you move him back in a little bit of halfway, more than that, if it's a slow roller, that run's going to score.
Problem is it limits your range, though, Keith. I mean, they're not talking about the swiftest of middle infielders. Bring them in that close leaves them in. I don't know. Is it a place where they can turn 2?
Well, Mets have trouble enough turning 2 in standard position.
Yeah, if it's right at them, they'll turn 2.
2-2 to Gennett, and the curveball sits high.
They'll turn him loose now, and that. I would almost be inclined now to bring the infield in because
they're going to send Segura.
Yes, you're not going to turn 2.
Murph's
coming in. Here they come in a little bit.
Flores A little bit deeper. And Segura almost got faked out, and so did Duda.
Yeah, I don't know which one got faked out more, to tell you the truth. Well, Lucas is not on the bag. He's off the bag.
Oh, he wasn't looking.
Lucas caught a ball without the glove on this year.
Big pitch.
3-2. Struck him out. Segura steals second, but the big strikeout for Torres as he gets Jeanette for the second out.
Big slider, RJ. Or cutter.
Down and in. Big swing from Jeanette. Comes up empty.
So they gave Segura the stolen base, his 13th, but Jeanette strikes out, and now Torres has a window to get through the inning. Ricky Weeks 0 for 4. He's been hit by a pitch tonight. Reynolds at third, Segura at first, 2 down. And Weeks can't stop the swing, takes the cutter for a strike.
Well, that's that outside corner that Angel Hernandez has been given the pitch of the whole game.
Anthony Recker's in the clubhouse saying, you better call that a strike.
No. There was 2 strikes, called and swinging. Reynolds the go-ahead run at third, Segura at second.
Torres cleaning the spikes. You can see the mud is caking up in his Nikes.
We had a 3-minute rain delay in the 11th inning.
That is hilarious.
I love saying that.
Yeah.
Weeks has a base hit in his only career at bat against Torres. Carlos stepping off. Ryan Braun is the on-deck batter if Weeks keeps the inning going. And Weeks flies one foul, and now it's 0-2. Mets have their chance in the bottom of the 11th. Got a runner to third with 1 out. Couldn't get him in. Brewers with a chance here in the 12th. Got a runner to third with 1 out, and Torres is trying to keep him off the board. Oh, 2. Fouled away. Mark Burley lost his second straight tonight in Baltimore, 4-2, 10-3. Again, the 0-2 to Weeks.
Curveball struck him out. Masterful work by Carlos Torres. Back-to-back strikeouts of Jeanette and Weeks to keep it tied.
Well, both teams have had the chance to win this ball game, and both have come up empty.
Frustration of Weeks, but just awfully good pitching by Carlos Torres. You know, he doesn't panic when he gets in tough situations. He just keeps on executing, and outstanding right there.
Well, he gave up a couple of ground balls that found holes, put him in difficulty, and he did what he had to do. Back-to-back strikeouts. Well, there are the standings in the National League East. The Nats, who had been red hot, cooled off today by Tim Hudson and the Giants. The Nats had won 10 of 12 going into today. Braves lost their game to Colorado, keeping Washington in front by a game. Miami off tonight. And the Brewers started the night with a 5-game lead over the Cardinals in the National League Central.
Pirates are starting to creep up a little bit, aren't they? And there's the West. And Los Angeles Dodgers are putting themselves in a position where they might have to go 42-8 again.
Well, the Padres, sitting at the bottom of the National League West, will stagger into Citi Field tomorrow night, having lost 4 in a row and 8 of 10. Mets will be facing a team that has even bigger offensive problems than they do.
And the pitcher, though, that's pitching for the Padres tomorrow, I know he's been hurt, but he's as good as can be when he's on top of his game, Andrew Cashner.
Well, Cashner's their best starter by far.
They got him from the Cubs, and he's got a terrific arm.
He was out for a month with an elbow problem. This will be his second start back from the DL as Zach Duke comes in to pitch for the Brewers in the 12th inning.
Well, he's pitching a couple games in this series. Zach Duke, to remind you folks, I said on the first night he came in, you know, in 2005, I think he came up and he went 8-1 or 8-2 over 14 starts for the Pirates. It was unbelievable. It was going to be one of their next phenom. It did not work out that way, but he's found a nice niche here in this Milwaukee bullpen.
He pitched a scoreless inning on Tuesday night. He faced one batter and got Duda to pop up last night. He'll come in here to face Dendecker, Murphy, and Campbell, left, right for the Mets in the bottom of the 12th. Dendecker came in a double switch and has already had 2 at bats, popped up in the 8th and struck out in the 10th.
Well, the first baseman, Reynolds, is all the way back, left-hander pitching. He's going to fall to the third base side of the dugout. Dendecker could bunt a ball towards first base and beat him to the bag. Anything to start an inning.
Third baseman Ramirez in on the grass against Dendecker, and he does show bunt. And the pitch is high out of the strike zone. Now Reynolds is coming a little closer at first.
I'd take a pitch if I were here. You know, tie scored. It's like leading off a game. Make him throw you a strike.
Not to be.
Okay.
1-1. You got Murphy on deck, and then Campbell. The Mets left only 3 runners on base the first 8 innings. They had very few chances against Kyle Loesch. The Mets have left 7 runners on base the last 3 innings. 2 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th, 3 in the 11th. And this time he does try to drag the bunt and misses 1-2. So you had the right wavelength there, Ronnie. He just didn't have the execution.
You know where that comes from. Not from the offensive standpoint. It comes from the defensive standpoint on trying to anticipate when hitters want to get on via the bunt.
Fly ball right center. Long run back for Gomez, but he'll get there. And the Gold Glover has it, 1 out. So Dendecker retired to start the bottom of the 12th. And now Daniel Murphy, who's been on base twice tonight with a single and a walk. He scored the only Met run back in the 4th inning. The Brewers 1 run and 8 hits. The Mets 1 run and 6 hits. Murphy hitting leadoff for the first time this season. And he punches one in the air on the left side. Easiest of plays for Segura, except for his own teammate getting in the way. Second out.
Just wanted to make it a little tougher, I guess, for the young shortstop.
So 2 quick outs for Duke, and now he'll have to face a right-hand batter, Eric Campbell, who came up to pinch hit for Abreu in the 9th and then stayed in the game in right field. Campbell has taken a call, 3rd strike, and hit into a fielder's choice. That ground ball ended the 10th inning after the Mets put 2 men on. And the breaking ball bends around the plate for ball 1.
Well, Campbell for a walk-off here. Why not?
He's got 1 major league home run to his credit. David Wright standing on deck, so have to figure Duke will be somewhat aggressive with Campbell. And Eric takes a fastball strike.
Again, that drop down from Duke, which is a new pitch as he's reinventing himself as a bullpen specialty lefty.
You don't see a lefty do that to a right-hand batter that often, though.
Just give him a different look. That's all it was.
2-2 to Campbell. And that's outside. Full count. And Campbell goes down swinging, and we're going to the 13th inning. Mets are on 1-2-3 against Zach Duke in the bottom of the 12th. Carlos Torres, who did a great job getting out of trouble in the bottom of the top of the 12th, will go back out there for the top of the 13th.
This will be 2 days in a row that Torres has gone into a second inning of work.
Very disappointed in Kevin. He did not go out with the grounds crew for the 12th or 13th here.
Where is Kevin? You gave him permission to go home.
Well, you did, didn't you?
No, what's me?
I think okay. I take full responsibility. I figured just the sprint from his dugout interview to his bullpen interview to his easy chair spot. We ran him around early in the game, and we need him tomorrow. It's just like you can't overuse your bullpen, can't overuse your sideline.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So it's left to the professionals to rake the infield for the top of the 13th. So let's see, they came out at the end of the 3rd, 6th, the 9th, and the 12th. They had a rain delay where they convinced the umpires not to put the tarp on the field. It's been a very active night for the Citi Field grounds crew.
I'll tell you, too, I don't know if Keith will agree with me on this one, but when we were players at Shea Stadium, remember right behind the plate there was that opening where they would come out of? Pete Flynn was always there with his ground crew. Yep. And when you'd ever have a rain delay, a lot of times as players you'd go back there and just talk with Pete and then the grounds crew and say, what's going on? What's the weather going to be like, Pete? Well, it's going to rain for a long, all that kind of stuff. It was, I don't know. We had a great relationship with the grounds crew.
Did you just try to drop the Irish accent?
I don't have a good one. I think I do, but I choked.
They'd always be in the dugout, our dugout. When it was the threat of rain.
That's right.
They'd be in our dugout. They'd be down the steps on the far end. And they got a big kick out of being there. They did.
Well, Pete was a one-of-a-kind character during his many days at Shea Stadium and Citi Field.
Just loved him. Just one of a kind.
Ryan Braun will lead off the 13th inning. Rough night for Braun, 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Rough series, 1 for 11. It'll be Braun, Lucroy, and Gomez, 2, 3, and 4 in the order against Torres, who worked out of a tough jam in the 12th and is right back out there for more.
He's got to go into the teeth of the order.
And Braun goes after that cutter, 0-1.
Boy, Braun does not look right. He struck out 3 times tonight, 0 for 5.
Looks like he's off balance. That pitch away is usually a pitch he can handle and drive the other way.
He's way off the plate.
Just, what Ryan Braun are we seeing? I mean, that's the, I think, the fair question, isn't it?
Well, it's a guy who once hit 41 home runs in a season as the National League MVP.
Oh, that's
an ugly cut.
I've spent postseasons extolling his virtues, and I feel sullied by it, to tell you the truth.
No.
Well, it's no reflection on you.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
He sullied himself and everybody around him. And he's spent the last number of months trying to make amends, but that's tough to do. 1-2 from Torres, and the curveball fouled off.
Almost caught by Teagarden.
And not a good swing. Fooled out in front. Just barely stayed in the at-bat.
Rob Wooten, next man up in the Milwaukee bullpen. Not sure who the next man will be for the Mets. 1-2. And he reached for that one and fouled it off.
Keith, let me ask a silly question because he's so far off the plate. The dimensions of the batter's box is the same in every ballpark, but it's got to be a little different or a little off from ballpark to ballpark. How did you make sure you were the right distance away from the plate every single time you got in the batter's box?
I will tell you that after this pitch.
Toward the hole, Flores with the diving stop, but no chance to get Braun. And Ryan Braun, who had an infield hit against Torres last night, has another one tonight.
Well, nice play by Wilmer, but no chance to throw out Braun. Too far a throw in the hole.
So Braun, at least for the moment, avoids his second career golden sombrero.
So Ronnie, my front foot always was at the angle of home plate where it went back in the 45 degree.
Okay.
On the the inside corner.
Yeah.
My front foot was right at the angle.
And would you put your bat down so it touched the outside corner?
I would always. It was a feel how close I was to the plate, but I always touched the outside corner with my bat. A lot of guys touch the inside corner or the middle.
Middle of the plate.
I always touch the outside corner. I knew I was from hitting in that one spot for so long. I knew but it was just a check that I can cover the outside corner.
Because I remember Carlos Beltran would lay his bat on the ground from the outside corner and then draw a line and put his feet parallel to that line or on that line.
Lucroy tonight is 0 for 5.
This is like the games in Philadelphia where you really are trying to come up with a way that either team will score a run. Not many answers coming.
Braun is running. Lucroy hits it deep down the left field line, right toward the corner, and it's out of here. Jonathan Lucroy with a 2-run homer, his 5th home run of the year, and the Brewers take the lead in the top of the 13th inning, 3-1 Milwaukee.
Jonathan Lucroy had my answer. I don't know if this is a curveball or a cutter in from Torres.
Curveball. Hanger. Stayed in.
And marvel at these catchers. He catch 13 innings. He's out there, gamer, and stays in the at-bat and is enough to produce a 2-run home run.
Watch it stay inside.
Yeah.
Boom, right in the wheelhouse.
Now the Mets had held Lucroy in check all night, 0 for 5, but the second leading hitter in the National League finds the answer. 3-1 Milwaukee. Gomez stopped the swing, a ball and a strike. Gomez 1 for 5 tonight. Well, through the first 12 innings, the top 3 hitters in the Milwaukee batting order, Weeks, Braun, and Lucroy, were a combined 0 for 15. But Braun with an infield hit, Lucroy a 2-run homer. Now Gomez follows with a base hit. And he'll stop at first base. So 3 straight hits against Torres here in the 13th after he was able to worm his way out of trouble in the 12th. And he may be at the edge.
Yeah, fumes. You know, we talked much of the series about Carlos Gomez and how he's emerged as a great player. We talked about Jonathan Lucroy, how he's emerged, and he could do it in 2 different styles, can't you? You can't get more unassuming than Jonathan Lucroy, and you can't get more out there than Carlos Gomez, but both equally effective.
Runner goes, and Ramirez fouls it off with Gomez in motion.
Good time to steal. Just try to put the pedal to the metal and put any doubt of a comeback by the Mets. You got the lead. Apply the pressure.
The Mets will have Wright, Duda, and Young due up in the 13th, and what complicates their situation even more, that's hit out to right, and that's going to fall. A base hit for Ramirez. Gomez streaking for third. He's going to be stopped there. And in at second base with the 4th consecutive hit for the Brewers is Aramis Ramirez, his 3rd hit of the night.
And Evelyn is up in the Mets bullpen, and he's got to get up in a hurry. If he has any compassion for his bullpen mate, he's got to get it ready. And this is Dworthin's going to come out and stall.
It's interesting about Gomez. He's going so fast. By the time he gets the hold by Cedar, the only way to stop, that's the equivalent of that hockey stop. Just lay it down.
It's easier to do with skates.
445 doubles for Mr. Ramirez.
Now Torres gave up a couple of soft hits in the 12th, worked around it. He's given up 4 straight hits in the 13th. I was going to say about the Mets as they come up in the bottom of the 13th, down by at least 2. What complicates their situation is that the pitcher is due up 6th in the inning, and they have no more bench players.
Yeah.
So I guess they'd have to send up Jacob deGrom.
JD.
Yeah. If it gets to that point, which it probably would have to for them to stage a comeback.
He's got his batting gloves and his bat. He knows.
Ready to go. Spikes on.
Pine tar.
Here's Chris Davis. Second and third, nobody out. The infield in. And Davis takes inside. Torres threw 27 pitches last night. 31 more pitches tonight. Francisco Rodriguez getting ready for a save chance. Picked up his 20th of the year last night. Davis fouls it as Gomez goes diving back into the bag.
Well, you know, not taking anything for granted. It was foul, but he wasn't sure.
He has mannerisms and a style all his own.
Yes, he does.
Sometimes one part of his body's moving one way, another part's moving another way. But we saw it all the way back in his days with the Mets, and that was, what, 7 years ago now. The tremendous athletic talent, which it took so long for Gomez to be able to tap.
And you know what he's got, Gary, that you don't always see? It's the 13th inning here. Same energy he had in the first inning.
Reyes-like.
Yes.
Yeah. 1-2. Good stop by Teagarden to save a run. 2-2.
I just think that Carlos Torres is a gamer. And I know that he's that guy that when you talk to him in the outfield while he's shagging, he tells you, I'm ready, Skip, every day. But, boy, how far can you push this young man? Every day he's in there for 20-plus pitches.
Full count to Davis with Mark Reynolds on deck.
He's running out of gas.
Yeah.
He's really being taxed.
Well, this is his 35th appearance of the year. He's already worked 40 2/3 innings this year. And we're not even close to halfway through.
It's 90 and 120, or 85 and 115 maybe. That's unheard of numbers, over 100 innings for relievers these days.
Well, a long time ago, John Neese and Kyle Loesch put on a show. Neese went 7 2/3. Loesch went 8. They were equally as effective. And the bullpens doing the job. Mets bypassed a huge opportunity in the 11th. Brewers did the same in the 12th. And now the Brewers able to break through here in the 13th. Half swing. And he stopped it in time. Ball 4. So Davis is on. 5 straight Brewers have now reached base to start this 13th inning. 2 home, bases loaded, nobody out. And Torres will get at least one more batter as Mark Reynolds comes up.
I don't care if it's righty lefty, righty righty, lefty lefty. He needs to be taken out of the game.
Reynolds had a base hit against Torres, snuck one up the middle in the 12th. Mets will bring the infield in here, trying to keep this game within contact. And Reynolds grounds one through the hole, a base hit. That brings in Gomez. Ramirez stops at third.
Was there interference?
Definitely was interference.
With Flores.
It's going to be the judgment whether he would have scored.
Well, he was going to stop anyway, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. I think that's why they're going to keep him at third. But he ran right into Wilmer Flores. But Ramirez was not moving too fast, wouldn't have scored anyway. Watch this. Third baseman right and Flores end up in the same place.
That's interference.
Well, obstruction, yeah. And it's the judgment of the third base umpire, Gary Cederstrom, that he was not going to try and score.
And he saw that Cedar holding him up.
Yeah. So that's finally all for Torres. 3 runs home for the Brewers here in the 13th. Torres asked to push himself past his limit and unable to do it. And so the Mets will go to Dana Eveland to try and mop it up here in the 13th with the bases loaded. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. We'll be right back. Back to try and finish off this 13th inning.
We see his numbers so far. Watching Eveland pitch, been pretty impressed with his control, pretty impressed with his ability to get left-handers out so far.
Well, Carlos Torres had an outing tonight that will blow up his numbers, but it's a function of the fact that he has made himself so available day after day, multiple inning after multiple inning, that probably got pushed a little more than he had to tonight.
But you see that tap on the shoulder from Dan Worthen? That is the classic tap. You've had it before. It's like, boy, thanks a lot for taking one for the team. But you know what? He's such an important part. See, you can see the anger he has. He's such an important part of this ball club that you've got to watch. This is my opinion. He was done a few batters before, and the stretch him and push him is pushing one of your best assets you have in the bullpen.
Well, he threw 27 pitches last night, 38 more tonight.
I mean, he's an intense person.
Well, in an inning plus, he's gives up 7 hits. He's been charged with 3 runs so far, responsible for 3 more. And now Gene Segura comes up with the bases loaded. 3 runs home for the Brewers in the 13th. Segura 2 for 5, had a base hit his last time up against Torres in the 12th. Good slider by Eveland to start him off. Ramirez, Davis, and Reynolds are the base runners with nobody out. Martin Maldonado has come out on deck to pinch hit for Milwaukee. One and one to Segura. There's Maldonado, who's not yet made an appearance in this series, the backup to Jonathan Lucroy. Two and one now to Segura. The Brewers now have 13 hits in this game. 7 of them in the last 2 innings.
Well, it's interesting. Nice gave up 6 and Torres gave up the 7. In between, there's no hits.
Everybody was perfect. Familia, Edgin, Mejia, Herman. 2-1. And Segura on a ball that might have hit him. That swung at it, fouled it off his leg.
Fouled it off his quad.
It's better to get it there than on your shin or your ankle.
I mean, if he hadn't swung, it might have hit him, and he swung and it still hit him. At least if he hadn't swung, it would have driven in a run. Oh. Two and two to Segura. And a little jam shot foul. You think the fans that are left in the ballpark could all take turns sitting in the ultimate fan chair?
The fan chair is
between now and the time the game ends.
The fan chair does not work extra innings.
The fan chair has left the building.
Are
like
you
Elvis.
kidding me? They rolled it out like the Stanley Cup. Not going to be awarded tonight, so we take it off with the white gloves.
Some software there.
That's right. We had rain. 2-2. Another foul ball. Tigers shut out the White Sox tonight in Chicago 4-0. Max Scherzer gets his 8th win.
He needed that game. Verlander got hit hard again in last night's game.
He's been struggling.
And I was reading stories today talking about how much that helps Scherzer's negotiating position. The fact that Verlander has kind of hit a wall.
Yeah.
Wright will come home with it. Gets the force on Ramirez. No relay. And that's the first out of the inning. After the first 6 Brewers reached base, and that's finally getting out in the 13th. So now 1 out, the base is still full, and Martin Maldonado will be the pinch hitter.
God, that's a tough story to read and to have come out. Is that the struggles of your teammate are putting you in a better position?
Well, Scherzer's already turned down a big offer from the Tigers, right?
Yeah, major iron. He wants to try to break the bank, which is right.
Well, after the year he had last year and the start he's gotten off to this year, he might just do that.
I don't know. With all the injuries happening.
Well, do you think the team?
What bank do you want to break?
Do you think the teams will pull back on pitchers with all the injuries? It hadn't happened yet.
I think that pitchers have become so valuable now, Gary, especially guys like Scherzer who can, you know, they're perennial 15 and 200 innings, 15 wins or bust. You know, it's almost like it's a given as long as they don't get injured. The injury factor is the big problem.
Make his brown eye blue.
Yeah. Very good.
Davis at third, Reynolds at second, Segura at first with 1 out. By the way, that was a complete game 3 hitter for Scherzer with 8 punch outs. Just to add to his value. And he beat Chris Sale. First loss of the season for Sale. 1-1 to Maldonado with Ricky Weeks on deck. Maldonado, the 8th man up in the inning. And that is a high strike. 1-2.
Did you hear Angel Hernandez's call here in the 13th inning? So robust in the first. That call was, yep, strike 2.
It's a strike now.
Rightfully so.
And Anthony Recker is still down in the clubhouse muttering. 1-2. Breaking ball. Did he go? Check it first. He went around. Strike 3. So Evelyn gets the second out as he fans Maldonado.
Well, two-thirds of the way to a Houdini here for Evelyn. Nice slider.
So now Ricky Weeks, as the rain continues to fall, will be the 9th man up in the inning. Mike Fiers gets up alongside K-Rod in case Weeks tacks on a few runs here. It's a save opportunity right now if they don't score any further. Weeks has gone 0 for 5, also been hit by a pitch. And Evelyn runs that one on the inside corner. Everything's a strike now.
I think Angel Hernandez, right, and he shouldn't. Because it's only a 3-run game. Anything close is a strike.
Yeah, but the rain coming down is going to precipitate a different call.
Oh, very nice. Oh, and Weeks is hit by a pitch to force in a run. Second time Weeks has been hit tonight. This one brings in Davis to make it 5-1 Milwaukee.
The only consolation is it's got a ribeye steak in it. Is it worth it?
He's got the elbow pad on too.
Yeah, you can hear the sound of plastic.
Yeah.
So 4 runs home in the inning, all charged to Torres.
Ouch. Sounds like bone, doesn't it, all the time on TV?
So now Ryan Braun, who led off this inning with an infield hit, gets a second at bat in the 13th. Braun is 1 for 6 tonight. He had the infield hit to deep short, and then Jonathan Lucroy followed with a 2-run homer off Carlos Torres to put Milwaukee in front, and they have just galloped on from there. Reynolds an RBI single. Weeks hit by the pitch with the bases loaded for a 4-run inning.
if you asked me in this ball game here, it'd be hard to even think this is Ryan Braun hitting.
I know. Funky follow through too.
It's a short follow through.
Yeah.
Well, he had the oblique injury.
Yeah,
You have
so
to
maybe
figure that has
still,
something
yeah,
to do with it.
good
might
point.
have changed his swing.
Good point.
One-two from Evelyn. And Braun hits a soft tapper for Murphy. And that finally retires the side, but the Brewers put up a 4 spot in the top of the 13th inning. David Wright will be leading off for the Mets in the bottom, but Carlos Torres charged with all 4 runs in that 13th, and even though it's no longer a save situation, looks like Francisco Rodriguez will come in to try and get the final 3 outs of this game. Well, we've had our limited commercial interruption game tonight. It's been a different kind of a night for us. We've been able to do a few more things than we normally do. Add a little value-added content, I guess you would call it.
You know what I enjoyed is I enjoyed not only seeing the Mets up close. We saw Henry and Curtis. I liked the interview with Curtis in the beginning because it really shows the pro's pro. He's going to have 600 bats at some point. He's going to struggle at some point. His just happened in April. And he had the confidence and the wherewithal to know that he was going to come out of it. And he did. The problem now is, how long is that calf going to linger? The calf injury is going to linger.
Yeah, and it's a concern for the Mets, who are obviously struggling offensively, still continuing to struggle to score runs. And you kind of Curtis starting to turn it on, and you certainly can't afford to lose his bat. So it's a long, tough night for the Mets.
I was partial to Keith in the Ultimate Fan Chair. That was a big highlight for me tonight.
You got a kick out of that, huh?
I did. You looked very much at home.
Extremely comfortable. Well, way too comfortable.
Whatever you say.
Well, Frankie Rodriguez comes in a non-save situation to try and finish this series off.
Yeah, I think this is the right move. It's a little rainy out. I know it's 4 runs, not a save situation, but it's been a long night for everyone, and including the Brewers, and they figure they'll go with their best, the guy in the bullpen, to try to ensure the victory.
Mets will have Wright, Duda, and Young due up. If anybody gets on Teagarden, and again, keep in mind, if the Mets do start to put something together in this inning, that the pitcher is due up 6th in the inning. So Jacob deGrom ready for another cameo as a pinch hitter. He's already had a hit as a pinch hitter this year.
That's right. And Zach Duke is looking at being Wilson Duke tomorrow.
Yeah. And Torres is the pitcher of record on the losing side.
Torres' final line: an inning plus, 7 hits, 4 runs, a walk, 2 strikeouts, and a home run. A little bit of ugliness tonight, but tell you what, he did a great job in the 12th to get out of it. Probably should have been the end of his night, but Terry Collins felt, I guess, that he was left with little choice at that point.
It's one of those innings, Gary, where you expend so much energy to get through it. Sometimes you don't have anything left.
So here's Wright. David 1 for 4 and a walk tonight. He walked leading off the 11th, stole second, got to third with 1 out. That was the Mets' chance, but they could not convert. And now facing his old teammate K-Rod, and takes ball 1. Rodriguez last night worked a 1-2-3 ninth for his 20th save, striking out Wright for the first out of that inning. Lucas Duda waits on deck. 4 scoreless innings tonight from the Brewers bullpen. Ramirez behind the bag. It's a foul ball. Very close to being fair, but just foul. Gary Cederstrom making the call.
You gotta love these Met fans that are still here.
Diehards.
And cheering.
With umbrellas. It's hard to clap when you have an umbrella in your hand. Wright smacks one out to right center, but over comes Braun, and that's the first out. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Duda was 0 for 4 and a walk tonight. Lucas now hitless in his last 13 at bats. Seen his average shrink to 230 for the year. What else we got on the scoreboard tonight? Boston beat Cleveland behind John Lester.
Boy, they've turned it on, haven't they, Boston, after losing those 10 straight?
Still 8 games out in that AL East.
See, Houston's got the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th.
Against Arizona in a 4-4 game.
What is the score below Boston? AL 2950? What is that? AL. What does that mean?
I believe that's a misprint.
That's Al, our cameraman.
Oh, that's what I thought.
That's Al against Al.
Al's facing Al. He's fighting himself again.
There it is. I've been looking at that all night going, what is that?
Al against Al, and what does it produce? Nothing.
What the heck is that?
Good off speed by Frankie. 1-2. Now the 1-2 to Duda, and he got him with a changeup. So K-Rod with a strikeout, 2 out.
Well, that's the patent Frankie change. That's got many a hitter over Frankie's long career.
So the Mets are down to their final out. And Chris Young, who's had an infield hit and a walk his last 2 plate appearances. 1 for 4 on the night. Well, another dismal night for the Mets offense. They put up 6 runs with a couple of home runs in the opening game of the series, but a run on 5 hits last night and a run on 6 hits tonight. And a ground ball for Segura. This should do it. And that'll do it. 1-2-3 inning for K-Rod in the bottom of the 13th. And on the strength of 4 runs at the top of the 13th, Jonathan Lucroy the go-ahead 2-run homer. After a great pitcher's duel between Neese and Loesch, it's the Brewers who take the rubber game of the series in 13, 5-1.
Well, it became a battle of the bullpens, and the bullpen for the Brewers was just a little stronger. And after the home runs that the Mets hit in the first game of the series, 24 innings played, 2 runs scored.
Mets out hit 13-6. And again, we mentioned in the beginning about the typical Brewer clubs. Always a lot of hitting and not pitching. Well, this year, the reason why they got that 40 wins is their bullpen.
There's your game summary. Jonathan Lucroy hit the home run that snapped the 1-1 tie, and that was plenty for the Brewers as they win it in 13 innings, 4 hours and 8 minutes. 5-1 the final score. Tomorrow night, Mets and Padres open a 3-game series. Bartolo Colon against Andrew Kashner. Our coverage begins on SNY tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Well, we want to thank everybody who helped us tonight with our limited commercial interruption broadcast. Great job by all involved. Thanks to Ron Darling, Kevin Burkhardt, Keith Hernandez, and our entire SNY crew. After this break, WB Mason postgame live.
Wow.